pleasure to serve as the chair of the Northborough Select Board. I will call this meeting of Monday, the 23rd of September, 2024 to order. This time is 6:02. We have two members remotely tonight, so we have an opening script and a few extra procedures to take place. We'll read the script. This open meeting of the Northborough Select Board is being conducted in person and remotely, consistent with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Northborough Select Board are allowed and encouraged to participate either in person or remotely. The Act allows the Northborough Select Board to meet entirely in person and remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream or the recording of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. When I call your name, if you could respond in the affirmative so I can know everyone can hear and be heard. We'll start with our remote friends. Laura.
Here.
Lisa.
Here.
And we have with us Mike.
Here.
Leanne.
Here.
And staff with us, Town Administrator Tim McInerney.
Hello.
And Assistant Town Administrator Diane Wackel.
Here.
And some wonderful guests in the audience. With that, we will get started. We have public comment, as always, on our regular agenda. I would like to, if it's all right, Gib, maybe have Wreaths Across America come on up.
What's that?
I've got some special guests are on the agenda.
That's okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask you,
I'm not
I wasn't listening to everything you said, but
Yeah.
did you announce you were being recorded?
Yeah, in that script,
Okay.
it
I
says
just wanna
being
make sure it's-
recorded. We are being recorded.
It's all right. It's all
I
right.
listened, but not intently, I guess.
You need to put a sign behind you, Mitch.
Yes, I
Meeting
know.
being recorded.
I've thought about just taping it to the top of my laptop. Good evening.
Good evening.
Why don't you, the two of you, identify yourselves and let us know the wonderful reason that you're here.
Okay. I am Martha Michaelevich,
I'm Susan Welton.
and we are the co-chair for the Wreaths Across America project that is coming to Northborough this year for the very first time. And I have a little prepared thing
Sure.
that I'd like to read a little bit of history of Wreaths Across America. I know I have 3 minutes, so I'm going to talk very quickly. And then I want to let you know.
I'm not going to throw you out. Worst comes to worst, Susan can take over for your next 3 minutes.
I want to talk about some questions that people have asked us, in this process, so we can answer everybody's question. Thank you for having us. Last time I came before this board, I asked for money. I want to assure you I'm not asking for any money. I want to give you some information. Wreaths Across America is a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded to continue and expand the annual wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery, which began by Maine businessman Morrill Worcester in 1992. The organization's year-long mission, Remember, Honor, Teach, is carried out in part each year by coordinating wreath-laying ceremonies in December at thousands of veteran ceremonies and other locations in all 50 states and beyond. So as I said, Susan and I are co-chairing this, but we're partnering with the Northborough Junior Women's Club, Burroughs Cares for Troops, and the Vincent F. Picard American Legion Post 234. So as I said, it's held for the very first time in Northborough this year. Susan and I had the privilege of being present at Arlington in 2017, and we laid wreaths at Arlington National Cemetery, and it was quite a moving experience, and Susan was hopeful that we could do it here someday, and so here we are. It's held on December 14th everywhere, all over the country. There's no negotiating on the date. That's the date you have to have it. You have negotiation. You can select your own time. We are going to have the ceremony at noon and the laying of the wreaths at 1 o'clock because West Boylston, they did it last year for the first time, and they are doing it at 11 o'clock for their ceremony and 12 o'clock, and so we didn't want to interfere with them. So as I said, there will be a ceremony first, and Wreaths Across America has an outline of how the ceremony has to take place, and we will have members of the different branches of the service, and they'll have their own wreaths to lay at certain places, and then the public can lay wreaths So the wreaths are $17 each. If you order two, Wreaths Across America donates one. So if anybody's thinking about one or two wreaths, maybe they'd like to do two. And we can only lay wreaths that are purchased through Wreaths Across America. You can't go to Walmart, get a wreath and say, oh, I'm going to put it on the grave of my family member. And this is for just veterans' graves. And we understand that there are approximately 800 veterans' graves in Northborough at the Howard Street Cemetery. Wreaths Across America will deliver the wreaths to us free of charge. The DPW has already agreed to get the wreaths when they're delivered, and then they will, I think they're gonna do it at their where they're headquartered there, and then they're gonna deliver them to the cemetery prior to the wreath laying. So we need people to sponsor wreaths and volunteer to place them that day. And so one of the questions was asked, well, if there's 800 graves, suppose you only get 300 wreaths sponsored. Well, we lay it on 300 graves. We have to pick and choose unless someone donates a wreath that they want to take in for someone that's buried there. And hopefully if we don't get 800 this year, the word will get out and we'll do 800 next year. But you're not penalized for not having 800, or but they will only give us wreaths for wreaths that are sponsored for that cemetery. So I want to make that very clear. Our deadline to give a count is December 3rd. We're hoping that we get people to donate well in advance to that, so we're not worried before December 3rd, and we don't have to, put out a lot of pleas. One person asked me over the weekend, is this competing with any other fundraising, like the Boy Scout Troop 101 does wreaths? But those wreaths are specifically for your own home. These wreaths are just for the cemetery, so it's two different projects. And so we have at least one Boy Scout troop to help remove the wreaths, after, because we have to remove them, and we haven't worked all of that out yet. We're hoping, and I just want to put this out here, we're hoping to get permission that people can park in Z School parking lot. It's a Saturday, so hopefully that won't be a problem. And then maybe we can contact Church of the Nativity, because there's not much parking there, and if people come. This is the flyer. We're going to hang it downstairs. They're going to be all over town. It's on the town's website. This flyer is on the town's website. It's on the Veterans Affairs website, and it's also on the Northborough Junior Women's Club website. So if you want to go to any of those websites, you can look at it. But the most important thing is that you use the QR code here, or you visit www.wreathsacrossamerica.org/MA0219. Then those wreaths go to that cemetery. If you just go on Wreaths Across America, you donate a wreath, then they put it, maybe Arlington or somewhere else. So what we need is, please tell your friends and your family about the event. Post it on all of your social media, and just go and purchase wreaths, I hope.
And come the day of the event, too.
Right.
It's extremely moving, and the more people we can get there and get involved, I think the more successful we will be, so.
And when we were in Arlington, the one thing that they told us that I thought was really moving was, if you take a wreath and you go to a grave that you don't know, because not everybody's going to know the people buried there, that you say their name out loud, because if their name is spoken out loud, they're never forgotten. And so we'll say that at the ceremony, but it's really a moving experience, and Susan and I are really excited to try to bring this to Northborough.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions that you have of us?
Thank you.
Sure. Any questions from anyone?
I just have one quick question. How long do you think the wreaths will stay on the grave?
I think through January.
They were saying like 3 weeks or through January, usually. So.
Excellent.
Laura has a question. I see
Oh,
Laura.
Laura.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for all your work to bring this to Northborough. I've already got it on my calendar. And how do people sign up if they'd like to volunteer? Do they just contact you, or what's your
No,
No,
preferred?
it's on the,
on the
si- if you
site.
go on the site, there's a place to sponsor a wreath and to volunteer.
Great.
So,
So much. I'm looking forward to it.
should be good.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, just a question. What is the cutoff when the wreath purchases have to be made by?
December 3rd.
December 3rd, okay. And then other towns that have done this, like you said, Boylston had done this last year, do they usually meet their requirement for all of the veterans'
He
graves?
did not, the coordinator in Boylston last year, yes, he met his quota. He thought there would be around 600 in Boylston, but he went and solicited all the major companies in the town. We're not doing that. And he said he would, so he met his quota. He was successful. He actually exceeded his quota.
Oh.
And they have a process that, say we get 1,600 wreaths, who knows? We can either bank it for next year, or we can donate those to another area that hasn't met their quota,
You're over the quota.
over
if
the
we get
quota.
over quota.
So,
And West Boylston last year was their first time.
Yep.
So
Oh, right.
they helped us, they talked to us about it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
joining us.
Okay.
Lisa has a question.
Oh, Lisa, now I see your hand up.
Oh,
Hi, sorry. Just a quick recap. To pay for the wreaths, do you have to go use the QR code, and what's the detail on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't understand the question.
I think,
Well,
I think you go to the website, you could get there by the QR code, or they also said it was wreathsacrossamerica.org/MA0219.
Right.
And I've confirmed that's accurate because I
Yeah.
did it on my
Yeah.
computer and it came right up.
Good. He
Yes.
just- So you can either mail in a check or do it online, either way.
That's what I wanted to find out, if there were other options. And does it say on the website where to mail a check to?
It does.
Give you a chance to put that information out. Thank you.
Great.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you,
Thank you
ladies.
for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I suspect Give Chase has a public comment. If you still have public comment, you were going to talk about Wreaths Across America. We're covered.
Try to do it quick.
Sure. If you could
Mr.
identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind.
What's that?
If you could identify yourself and let us know what's on your
I
mind,
know
please.
who I am.
I,
Mitch, I'll do it.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Administrator, fellow residents here in Northborough, Gib Chase, Juniper Brook Development. Back in May, following the town elections and the annual meeting, I had come before the board to encourage them to make the required rotation on the chairmanship of the select board so that everyone gets a chance and we have a different, person, heading up the agendas, and it just makes for a better experience all around, gets everyone involved. Last week, as a lot of you know, the Community Advocate ran an article on this very subject, and the reorganization, which is required annually by May 1st, was tabled. And in the article, the chairman was quoted as saying there is not a Northborough requirement to rotate leadership positions, but I take issue with that. And I want to say here, Part 9, Board of Selectmen Town Charter, E-Code 360, page 25L, states the board, select board, shall reorganize and choose its officers for the year by May 1st of each year. This doesn't mean 5 or 6 months later, or 6 weeks later, or a week later. It's by May 1st. No delays, no table. And the key words here are shall, not maybe. It's shall, and it's each year. Not when you feel like it. Get it done and get it completed. The Massachusetts Municipal Association Handbook for Mass Selectmen, General Operating Procedures, Article 1, Section 1, Organization of the Board, governing the Select Board procedures and rules state the Select Board chairmanship should be rotated every year as required. The chair is annually rotated and elected annually. Now, I know, this is a simple thing, and I think it's disrespectful to the charter of the town to just ignore this rule and try to, have one person dominate. Mitch, I expect more, and I know you're better than that, and give people a chance, do what it has to do. The process that you carried out here, the way it's been carried out, and some of the motions made, I'm not sure, but they may violate the open meeting laws. And, I don't want to get into that stuff. It's regretfully that I even have to come tonight to say it. But it's important. If we don't show respect for the town charter and the rules, these are simple. This is a simple thing. It reflects bad on the town. Anyway, that's it, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gib.
Tim, good luck.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good to see you.
All right. Is there anyone else that has anything for public comment this evening?
You got any questions for me on that before I go?
If you want, email your statement to the board so we can see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Gib. Anyone else have anything for
Thanks
public
coming,
comment?
you good people from New York.
Okay. Seeing no other hands for public comment, next we have discussion regarding procuring energy services with Chapter 25A, Ed Daly, Energy Systems Group, ESG. Ed? And
Can I just give a little setup for this?
yeah, absolutely.
So you guys can sit if you like, but Ed and Bill, it's Bill, right? Yes. Yeah. So back when I was in Grafton, we had a number of projects, number of buildings that were in need of repair from an infrastructure standpoint, heating, ventilation, leaking windows, air sealant, and so forth. So we engaged a company called Honeywell, which Ed was with at the time, and has since in the past 10 years become a friend of mine, and I've asked him to come in and give you a presentation on energy services and investment grade audits and 25A and how that relates to us, as you have a number of buildings in this community that may be inefficient from an energy use standpoint. So they can do a study and they can say, we can make your systems more efficient, like they did for us in Grafton. By way of example, we had 5 buildings, $6.8 million worth of projects for our heating and ventilation, windows, air sealant, that we did with no additional cost to the taxpayer. And I know it's a big deal for the board because it's important. We didn't have to do an override, we didn't do a debt exclusion. We used the energy savings to pay down that debt service. So that's the magic of it all. So instead of paying a public utility $10,000 a month, you can pay them $8,000 and use the $2,000 for the upgrades you've just done to your systems. They're gonna do a way better job of explaining it, but that's the nutshell. So I did this in a past position, and while I'm leaving, I still think you can be in position to take advantage of, and it's a two-step process, right? It's an investment grade audit that studies your systems and finds out how efficient they are, and then recommendations to buy more efficient systems at a cost, and then the other side is the guaranteed savings. So when we partnered with Honeywell, if we didn't meet those debt service guidelines of $300,000 a year for debt service to pay for those systems, they paid the difference. That's what 25A offers, is that guaranteed savings that somebody else is on the hook for if they don't meet those requirements for saving energy. So that's it in a nutshell, but Ed and Bill will tell you more.
Great. So would you like me to share my screen now?
That'd be great. Yes, please.
Sent our presentation for those at home. You'll be able to see my screen. You can also follow along with our packet that was posted online last week.
Mr. Chair,
should be able to see that
thank
here.
you very much for your time, Mr. McInerney. Thank you for the invitation. Our goal today is primarily, first and foremost, to inform. That's all we would like to be able to do. I can't believe it's already 34 years since graduate school. I worked for 2 very large organizations that did this as a component of their business while being very large manufacturers. And what I chose to do, hopefully, knock on wood, with the last stint of my career, is to find an organization that's singularly focused on our customers. Energy Systems Group does not manufacture anything other than simply your energy solutions. That's all we've done for the last 30 years. Bill Garbati works for me, and yes, just as Mr. Chase talked about, I am from New York. I did choose to move home to get closer to grandparents when my wife and I hatched 2 little kids. So I'm just over the Massachusetts border and look forward to the opportunity, if you choose that this is a program, to earn your choice, if it happens. Bill Garbati?
Great. Yeah, so Ed asked me to join the organization. I was as well looking for somebody that's a little more customer-focused and willing to help the customers with these projects. These are basically your goals and your mission need to support these projects. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Today, we're going to talk to you about the project approach, it's a state program, and what the benefits might be to Northborough, and then why you might partner with an ESCO like Energy Systems Group. Next slide. So goal alignment, typically, and we'd love to learn more about your goals specifically, but typically towns are focused on deferred maintenance. As you look at your capital needs, you always get shorted, and so you have this growing deferred maintenance facilities to maintain them. We also know that you're a Green Communities member, so that the towns have energy goals, sustainability goals, certainly climate goals, and this is aimed to support those goals. We focus on reprioritizing your existing energy budget. So think of the town, we did a rough snapshot, maybe a couple $100,000 a year for town facilities for gas, electricity. And then you have operational and maintenance budgets on top of that. How do we save you money and reprioritize that? And the other component is maximizing grants and rebates. So not only does Massachusetts have a lot of great programs, Mass Saves, the utility programs, but there's new federal programs that support decarbonization and renewables. Next slide. Not going to talk about us a lot, but we just are very experienced in this business. We focus on the public sector, municipal and K-12, and we have a successful federal business as well. Been doing this for over 30 years and have hundreds of customers, K-12 and municipal customers, with millions of dollars of projects and savings. Lots of accolades. We go for a lot of accreditations, awards. Our recent project in Connecticut with New Milford was Eversource's one of their project of the year. We were able to double the rebates on that project from $500,000 to $1 million in rebates to support a $15 million project there.
And if I just take one moment, a lot of communities don't realize how much money is out there associated with servicing of equipment and incentives, how to go for grants for some of that large capital work. That's one of the wraps that Energy Systems Group brings to the focus, not just for this project, but if there are ongoing capital projects, how do you maximize those funding sources?
Great. So next slide. What is Chapter 25A, Department of Energy Resources, Energy Management Services? It's basically about energy performance contracting. So you see the bar graph on the left, you have your current costs of doing business, and then we identified the project that will save X percentage, typically in the 25 to 30% range, and then now you have that amount of money available for debt service. Typically, these projects are funded through a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement or municipal bonding. The difference here is that you're not asking the taxpayers to increase your budgets. You're working with your existing budgets, so it's debt, but it's also debt serviced out of existing budget. And in some cases, in some states, it's not counted as debt.
And if I could take just a moment, so what kind of projects would be included in that? You think of anything inside your facilities. Lighting. There's a big cost to lighting. Your chillers, your boilers, costs to operate. Your temperature controls, when do the systems come on in the morning? When do they go off in the evening? All of those systems cost you energy in utility budgets to operate. So when you bring down that cost of operation, just as Mr. McInerney talked about, you're reprioritizing, or what I like to call weaponizing, that operational savings. You apply that to the cost of the project. And again, just as mentioned at the onset, all of that is guaranteed. So just as we had talked, Mr. Chair, early on, what's the catch? There isn't a catch. Just as long as we can together maintain that equipment going forward, the perpetuity of savings, that's the aspect of it. That's the catch. And we're not suggesting that we need to be your service provider. Whomever you're currently working with, we just create a standard operating procedure to make sure that those pieces of equipment, once they've been refreshed, stay in very good operating capacity, again, to save that energy to pay for the debt service. And let's just stay. Are there any questions to how that works?
I just want to take it one step further. So this EMS, emergency management, energy management system, so that thermostat on the wall doesn't know what downstairs is doing. But when they study this, they'll look at both how they can optimize when it turns on, the recovery time, and optimize the system. Right now, you don't have any of those. You can't remotely control anything in any building. So you may drive by this building and see monitors on in the windows. Those all take electricity to run those monitors. So the EMS system, and it takes a lot of coordination. So coordinating with the schools to make sure all those monitors shut off at 7 o'clock when they know the building's empty. So you're not using electricity to run those monitors. So those are the nice tools and features. It would be nice to have, well, we have a facilities guy now that we haven't had before. But all those things are, just like the SCADA system for water and sewer, it's the same model.
Real-time operating system platforms, but here's again the trick. We don't want to suggest that we're going to tighten up your operations so much so that when I was my community's Cub Scout master, and I would go to the mayor for our community and say, can I borrow the town hall on Sunday afternoon to come in for whatever? I wanted to be able to have that operation so that it's open, so I pay that forward. If you need a facility in the evening for one of your local communities, you can still do that within the operation of those hours. We don't want to tighten it up so much so that you become restrictive. That we do together.
I know you've got a number of slides left. I'm hoping to keep things moving along quickly, not
How
to
much
rush
time?
you. We have a long agenda tonight.
Okay,
So that's all I'll say.
perfect. Understood.
Sure, thank you.
A lot of your projects, next slide, a lot of your projects are probably done through a 149 procurement. And so this differentiates the 25A versus the 149. So the traditional approach, you may have 3 procurements in one. If you're doing a building project, you may have to first hire an OPM to be, an owner's project manager. Then you go out to bid for an architect or engineer to do design work, and then you would put the project together and then go bid the construction project at GC. This 149, this 25A combines all that, and you hire an ESCO to do a design-build approach as a partner with you. So we design the project together based on the investment-grade audit process and what makes sense, looking at the different technologies and what we can fit into the project based on savings and available grants and rebates. And then we own the project results, not only the savings, but also the solution. The solution has to work. We can't recommend things that are going to go in and save energy, but then not give you a building that has good indoor air quality, good lighting. So those are factors. So you can compress the timeline and costs of all that procurement through this process.
Instead of being years, it's months. And if you look at the next slide, you can see that there's that single party that's responsible, that energy services company. At the fulcrum bottom right, that's what Energy Systems Group, or one of our peers, would be. Bill?
Yep. Typical project schedule. So to do the one procurement, it may take a couple months, right? To get the data together, to put the procurement out, evaluate and award. Then we would enter into an investment grade audit agreement, as Mr. McInerney suggested. That then would take about 4 to 5 months to do a complete audit, get through the selections with you as to what you want to build, and present a final package, which then could become the basis of a contract for construction. And then once you took that to, for board approval, town meeting if you needed it, or others, if schools were involved, school committees, it would typically take 6 to 18 months of construction work, just depending on the scope and the various measures. The heart of it, though, is this investment grade audit process, which is very important. We have 4 workshops.
Next slide while you're,
Yep.
yeah, keep going, keep going.
4 workshops that are part of it that are critical to having a successful project. One is we all make sure that we have a baseline that we all agree upon. How much are you, using today? The scope of what that project will be, the details of that. And then how will we judge success, measure and verify what that plan looks like, and then how will the project be funded, putting that together. Not too much on construction approach, but safety is upmost concern, and communication and coordination with you and your team. We're an extension of your team, but we will have, on-site project management, coordinating the various activities and contractors that would be part of the project.
The only thing I would add to this specifically is the fact that from a construction standpoint, in a capital project, a design, bid, build, there's usually punch list items. And you're struggling with contractors who are wanting to get off the project. We can't leave until you've signed off on the project. There are no change orders to this type of an opportunity. And because you've completed a solicitation up front with choosing your ESCO or energy services company, we then go find the right partners, hopefully local community members that have businesses, to perform some of these scopes. So it means additional jobs in the community or neighboring communities that we would bring to the table.
So how might Northborough benefit financially? We have an in-house team that will help you look for the financing for this. We're not a fiduciary, but we do have expertise around this. It's typically, as I mentioned, going to be a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement or bonds. There are other things that you may hear about energy as a service or the decarbonization as a service. Those tend to be more expensive and fall into the commercial realm, who have more challenges besides lower cost public financing access. But we can help you put out an RFP to get the best rate. Typical funding stack in the next round. So we're working with Hamilton right now. We were able to fund 2/3 of that project through grants and rebates. We've just received one of the initial green communities, $500,000, $500,000 decarbonization grants, and then another $500,000 through Mass Save and federal incentives through the IRA bill. So that's key. A lot of these architects in Hamilton, they're originally working with an architect for they're doing a capital project at the same time. In fact, they're back at Town Hall for special town meeting tonight because they had gone through a 149 process on that, and the architect underestimated what the actual bids would come in, and when that capital project came in, it was short, so they had to go back and rejigger the financing for their piece. Our piece is fine. We're doing all the energy system piece, which is self-funding, with 2/3 of it being grants and the others through savings. And that's a net zero project too. We're decarbonizing, we're putting geothermal in the town hall, solar. It's gonna be a net zero project. These projects are more than just a performance contract. We help promote this, next slide, in the community with you. Your culture, what your residents and the different organizations, how they could be involved in promoting the project. Climate change is big, and you're hearing it from residents. In schools we can involve the STEM program as part of that as well. So we try to make it part of the community and work with you as you promote this towards your goal.
3 years ago, there was a superintendent who implored us to meet one of her favorite students. She ended up becoming one of our interns that summer. I had asked for her, through that intern program, to do a presentation for us. What did you learn? How would you apply it? And what should we have learned through your intern? Darn it, if she didn't blow my socks off with the presentation, the point is that we reach into the community to make sure if there's benefit, like their culture, how can we make it a part of the project? There was a lot of learnings to be had there.
Great. So I guess in closing, how we work together and why partner with an ESCO like us. So for ESG, I think we're different. We're very customer focused. We also, if you look at the top right corner, you see the evolution of performance contracting. It used to be, let's do the LED lighting to get a boiler in the school, say. Low hanging fruit with high hanging fruit. Then renewables came into the picture. So how can we do more solar? A lot of that was with purchase power agreements. But now with the direct pay grants, you can own the solar and have the federal government pay for at least 1/3 of it, as well as the SMART program and additional incentives. So how do we add more renewables when we're looking at a building to make it just one of the other energy systems that's on the building? And then the most recent trend, and where we're in the forefront, as I told you with Hamilton, is as you evolve to wanting to decarbonize some of your buildings, basically eliminating on-site burning of fossil fuel, gas, oil, propane. How do you use heat pump technology to do that and to decarbonize those buildings? So we can help you anywhere along the lines on that evolution.
From here, typically the next steps would be evaluate whether a program like this would be good for the community. possibly submitting a submission or a solicitation for consideration of companies. We do have an offer, as we, in the past, have worked with communities to help you make informed decisions, to do a back of an envelope evaluation. Take a quick look snapshot. In the packet that Bill has brought that we'll leave behind, we've looked real quick, as he had mentioned, your facilities and best guesses on your utility spend. So we've already done a little homework. We're here to support the community if you see viability. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And the Green Communities, I know, who submits your Green Communities grants for you?
It's mostly DPW now.
Okay.
Okay.
And Great Community?
Scott.
How you doing? So Joanne Becerra and that team, and who's your local rep?
We work with Central Mass Regional Planning Commission
Okay,
to assist us with managing the Green Communities grants.
good, okay, Central Mass.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Quick question, the audit.
Yes.
Is that something that we pay for, or is that something that you do? How does that work financially?
So if you're going out for official solicitation, there is no cost to that audit.
Okay.
Typically, what you would do through that solicitation is make that as a contingent component to doing an overall project.
Gotcha.
Sometimes there are companies that would put a break fee to that, so that in case there was a project and you chose not to, some costs could be recouped.
Okay. Great. Any questions from the board?
If there are any follow-up, please don't hesitate also.
Great, Julianne.
Is Sean gonna take a look at this? Because
Yeah, that was,
Yeah, I've already looped Sean into
okay,
this.
good.
But it's gotta start, there's gotta be interest from the board before we send the staff down a path. If there's absolutely no interest from the board, there's no sense of doing it.
I'm always interested in saving money, but I must admit, I'm not as smart as your high school student because
I
it's
am
still
not either, exactly, indeed, yes.
a little high level for me.
Wanna leave the packages
Any
with the town
other
administrator?
questions? Lisa?
Okay, there's a.
We might have to drag you back.
Lisa, you're muted.
Hi, thank you. I had two questions before, and one of them is, when you said as long as you keep going forward, how long is going forward? What's the amount of time with that? And then the debt service, I think we need to get Jason a little involved in some of this before we move ahead with any of this. We also need to have a discussion with us to decide how it's going to help right now. With everything in the air, I think we've got an awful lot going on, so I'm personally not ready to start tomorrow with this, so.
So I think the first question about how long, so if you commit to a project that works for you, then that cost of the audit is part of the project cost. If you decide not to do anything, that's when the cost of the audit comes into play.
Massachusetts law allows for, I believe it's 20 years, and most customers usually finance out to about 15.
I
And
assume
that's
this is
under
a
the
debt
debt
project, so town meeting would have to approve.
Oh, yeah, tell me
that.
that.
Yeah, okay. Lisa, did that answer your question? Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I'm happy to listen, and I'm always happy to save money, but I'm not ready to move forward on it.
I don't think we're expected to take any action on this tonight. This is
Agreed,
informational.
yes.
Yeah. Thank
So
you.
is
Julianne?
this a little bit like Mass Save? Like, that we,
We would utilize the Mass Save programs and any of the other National Grid programs that are available, but Mass Saves doesn't provide an energy performance contracting program.
Look at it this way, that those are little slivers of opportunity. This is an overarching that can take part of them into a greater sum.
okay.
This program, 25A, is actually housed in Green Communities. Joanne Becerra, who's the director, she's unfortunately has lost staff to support the program and promote it, but she would be the interface with you if you want to move forward. Basically, you got to provide notice. There's documents to, our draft RFP, the RFQ, the investment grade audit, the contracts. There's tools that they can use, and then she's just the sort of the checkpoint to help facilitate it along the way.
Any other questions from the board or staff? Good. Thank you
for your
Thank you
time.
very much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Have a safe
Nice to
ride
meet
home.
you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So we will, I'd love to get some feedback from Sean.
Sure.
And then we can take this up at the proper time to consider moving forward. Thank you. Next up, we have consideration and vote to execute the intermunicipal agreement for the Northborough Southborough Shared Health Agent. Isabella, come on up. You brought a friend.
I brought friends. Hello, everyone. My name is Isabella, the Director of Health and Human Services in Northborough, and this is, I'll let you introduce
Okay.
yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chelsea Malinowski, Chair of the Southborough Board of Health in Southborough. And I will try to be as brief as I can, but I get pretty excited about this topic, so feel free to move me along if you need to. So I'm sure you're all aware of the Public Health Excellence Grant that we get from the state, that Northborough, Southborough, Boylston, and Westborough work together on, and we have shared staff who, because Northborough is the fiscal agent, are on your payroll system. And that relationship has been fantastic. I think all of the towns involved in that grant have been very happy with the increased service and the support that we've received from funding from the state. So because that was working so well, 2 years ago, the Southborough Board of Health applied for a best practices grant through the state and contracted with the Collins Center on doing a study of Northborough, Southborough, and Boylston to see how our public health departments were set up and if we were maximizing our resources and where our gaps were. So as part of that, it included the staffing support that we get from the Public Health Excellence Grant, as well as any town budget that's allocated at town meeting for public health. And what came out of that were three options. One, status quo, which is what we're using now with town budget and the Public Health Excellence Grant. The second option was to increase our inspectional service support. And neither town, so this was really for Northborough and Southborough. Boylston wasn't ready to commit to doing any more shared positions. But there wasn't a need for either town to have a full-time person. So the recommendation out of that was if you're happy with the relationship between the towns and it's going well, you really could use some more hours for inspectional services. And during this process, as you know, you went to town meeting and combined two departments. Kristen Black left, who was doing all of your inspectional septic work. And so you have a gap there. You kind of reorged your director position. We, at the same time, reorged our department, so I have a gap in inspectional services. So that's kind of how we kind of came up with this solution to share, and it worked out with the Collins Center report. The third option with Collins Center, which is not on the table as of yet, is to regionalize public health between the two towns or the three towns. And that just didn't seem like it would fit right now with you combining two departments together. We're kind of in transit too. So there's a draft IMA in your packet tonight that's between Northborough and Southborough to share a health agent who's going to perform all inspectional activities that's related to public health. Right now, we have a part-time person who does all of our septic. We utilize one of the PHE employees to do our housing and food, and he is pretty maxed out right now with doing all the activities that he does for the other towns as well. So we're very grateful for him, but Southborough side needs more support, and Northborough side also needs more support. The best part about this is because of the reorgs between the two towns, we're actually not looking for more funding to do this, which is fabulous. I'm sure you're in the same position that we are on the Southborough side, where we're really looking to cut operating costs where we can because things just keep escalating. And so we're able to fit this within our budget because the employee will reside on the Southborough Salary Administration Plan or contract. We haven't gone out. We need you to sign the IMA first, assuming that you agree with this approach. I'm going to town meeting next Monday to have the position approved on the Southborough Salary Administration Plan. And in the IMA, you'll see it carved out that we would invoice you on a quarterly basis for the salary benefits and any additional costs for the employee, which I have provided a draft budget to Isabella for FY25. Understanding that we're already into September, so obviously it's going to be less than that for this year, but then we can build on that for FY26 budget. I'm sure you're starting budget soon. So that's it in a nutshell. I tried to go really fast.
I think you did great. The only thing I would add is in our CMRPC Health and Human Services Department kind of assessment and report that Connor had done, he also recommended that our department gain a part-time health agent. So this was already a recommendation that we were looking to hire, and Southborough is also looking to hire a part-time. So we thought combining, we would get a little bit more of a competitive applicant.
And we budgeted for the halftime.
Yep. Yep, it's already,
That's the important thing, back
yep,
in
it's
March,
already
we did
in
budget.
the Northborough Health and Human Services budget.
So we budget half, you budget half. Part-time in theory doesn't have benefits, full-time together
Correct.
does. So there is probably the potential for
Yes.
increased overall cost, but obviously increased value of having a full-time employee.
Right.
Okay.
And our full-time family package is at 24,000, assuming that they take that package, and that's built into the draft budget.
Okay. Very good. Questions from the board?
Yeah, a question regarding the hiring process. So as it says here that, Ms. Crusoe will collaborate on the hiring process to ensure candidate meets the needs. With Northborough paying 50% of salary and benefits, do we have a, yes or no, yay or nay on the hiring process?
So we had a Board of Health
Candidate
meeting
would be-
last week to talk about what we want to do for a process. So Isabella and Taylor Taylor's my health director, the Southborough, not mine, the Southborough health director. They're going to run the process and bring one or two finalists to the Southborough Board of Health. So she'll go through the screening process and provide the recommendation with Taylor. So that way it's 50-50.
Okay,
We'll make sure they get the right candidate.
just making
So
sure.
and to be fair, in the Public Health Excellence Grant, there's only one employee that Southborough would have a vote on with the other three towns. The other employees, we don't get a vote. So the nurse, we don't get a vote, but Taylor, the health director in Southborough, is a nurse. So they included her in the nursing interviews, which made sense, right? And then the epi, oh, that's
We
a
have
shared.
lots of,
Yeah.
lots of interviews.
So we
yeah.
actually don't, we only get involved in the shared service coordinator vote. So,
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I'm okay with it. Like, I think it's worked so well that we have such a great working relationship and we meet regularly. I don't have any concerns about Northborough having those interviews and appointments.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, the Board of Health on the Southborough side is elected. So it would not go to Select Board for the appointments. It would be the Southborough Board of Health, and there's 3 elected members of that board, and I'm one of them.
Great. Thank you.
So in the IMA, there was
Lisa next, I see.
number 9, the liability, 9.1. There were some questions. It says, ask Liz if this is on.
Oh, is this in the, okay, so that was,
The copy that you have
I'm
that needs
sorry.
to be signed, that's actually not included in it. It's deleted.
so that was my note from my Select Board meeting that I accidentally sent to Isabella before I got the question answered, but I can give you the answer.
Yeah, that'd
If
be
you want.
great.
So I asked counsel and per Mass General Law, when you're dealing with an IMA, the liability lies with the town who hosts the employee.
So that'd be you?
Yes.
Okay, and what about the pension question?
So, so the pension
questions.
question, pension question, I had our town accountant and finance director go to Jason on your side because he deals with this with the PHE grant. So we used his calculation that he uses for PHE, which the grant pays for, and I included it in my draft budget for FY25 to Isabella.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
No problem. Good questions.
Lisa?
Okay, I'm trying to remember, are we working off a grant, Isabella, for a couple of years? What are we doing for being able to meet your budget with expenses to the town?
So this position would be town funded, but the Public Health Excellence Grant is a multiple, it's basically a 3-year contract that's renewed for up to 12 years. And that's almost $500,000. So that's, the shared service coordinator, the EPI, our regional health agent. So those positions are grant funded. This part-time health agent would be town funded.
And is this supposed to take the place of the application that you had up looking for that? Would not. I know you had several applications for for interviews and such. Was this one of those applications or not?
This was not one of them. So we would be posting this job position if approved. So right now, the Select Board in Southborough, the Board of Health in Southborough, and then the Board of Health in Northborough has signed it, but we're here today to get your approval, but this position has not been posted yet.
And what's the cost for this employee to us?
56,000.
56,000 for,
So that's some assumptions, though. I went the highest I can go on a salary range. So I don't know what kind of applicant we're going to get, but for projections, I just gave you the highest that it could be. And that assumes that a full family medical plan, which obviously I don't know that they're going to take a full medical plan. And then the pension percentage is a percentage of the salary. So assuming the salary could be less, then the pension number would go down.
okay. And is it, in discussion, have these things not been checked since Kristen Black has left? The sewer, the
Nope. Michael just has been at full capacity. Our current he would continue to be our full-time regional health agent.
Okay, he's the regional health agent.
Yep,
but
so he works in all 4 towns.
Okay, but he doesn't do the sewer and the restaurants and the such and such. What was the 3 things?
He does do all of inspections.
Okay. All right, are we supposed to decide tonight as well?
That would be great, because I'd love to post this tomorrow.
You said that both the Select Board and Board of Health in Southborough, as well as the Board of Health here, have
Yes.
already approved this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. And again, to repeat, my understanding is town meeting has already budgeted for this.
Correct.
Yes.
And the other thing to remember here is a lot of the inspectional services that this person would do, you're getting local receipts for, right? Because you do a septic or do a soil test, you're charging that entity for that money. So I know you still see it in your budget as an expense, but you do have offsetting local receipts on your other side of the ledger.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Tim, you have a recommendation for us to?
Oh, yeah, I mean, since March, we've been trying to, because the machinations we went through, so I would recommend the board.
I will
execute.
also add, KP Law also reviewed the IMA, and
Yes, and we use Tallerman, and they reviewed it as well.
Okay.
And we've never shared an employee in the town of Southborough before. I don't think you guys have either. So I just took 4 different towns and kind of compiled this based on what I thought our needs were. So council helped me get through that piece.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Brian Mazur, our town council, is satisfied with it, then,
Yeah.
then that works from the legal point of view from my end.
I guess one more question. When we originally had the half, the Northborough, right, originally had hiring for half-time inspectional services, were we factoring in benefits, pension, and all of that, or?
If they were eligible for those things. Usually if you're under 20 or under 19 and a half.
Right.
They're aren't eligible, so they don't get budgeted.
And the expectation would be, we didn't know, so if they,
But prior to fiscal 25?
right, so,
I don't know, was it in the budget as a halftime in 24?
so I think we have,
Well, you had a director of youth and family services, you had a director
Right.
of health, and you
so
combine those.
due to the reorganization, yes, we do have funds available. We weren't, we kind of left kind of a wiggle room because we didn't know what we were going to do. So in that report, Connor did state that we were considering working with Southborough, but that was still a big question mark. And not to get into the weeds, but Michael's current salary, because he does more inspections in Northborough, we're actually paying some of Michael's salary out of our town budget to complement the grant, because he does all of our inspections, whereas he does not do septic and soil in Southborough, Boylston, or Westborough.
The old director for the health with Kristen Black, she did those things. The new director for both health and human services does not do. So you've lost capacity when you created the merger.
okay.
And that's what the study yielded. You're going to lose some capacity not having that same director.
Yeah, so that study did say we need to hire a part-time person. This is, I think, a really good way of hiring a part-time person by sharing a full-time. Usually you end up with a better caliber person and someone who's more committed to the process at the cost of potentially some benefits. That I appreciate that we're partially into the fiscal year. We'd be able to cover that as a result of that savings, if you will. But it's conceivable we may have to budget a little bit more to cover benefits for next year, depending upon what happens. But that goes into the overall benefit pool. Okay. If I see no other questions, Laura.
Sorry. I do like the idea of collaborating so that we can get a better candidate and have those benefits. I know that we'll get the monthly invoices, but will we see the impact of it? Will we get any additional reports on the work that's being completed?
Yep, I mean, we can so we use relevant software, relevant inspection software, so all of that I can just pull reports, so I'm happy to provide that as well. So that's the same system that Michael, that's the same system Michael currently uses, so it would just all merge together.
And that's how we came up with this information, is we pulled both towns and looked at all the inspections. And I think because you're 70% septic, we're 100% septic, it actually worked out to pretty close to 50-50 over the last 5 years, which was interesting to me. We have more camps, you have less camps. So, pools all plays into that. So there's a whole bunch of, we have a long list, and it's in the appendix in the IMA of all the job responsibilities that this person would have, but it was pretty even. So we'll continue to monitor that to make sure that it's equitable between the two towns.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, I'll entertain a motion, and I will say that as presented excludes the ask Liz if this is on Northborough's work. We can all assume that that's just a comment and not part of the agreement itself.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve and execute the intermunicipal services agreement for the Northborough-Southborough Shared Health Agent as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
I'm going to abstain. I haven't had enough information. This came very quickly, and I think we do this on a regular basis. I'd like a little bit more knowledge and advanced knowledge of what presentations and what they're looking for, and I'm just going to abstain.
Good. Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The vote is technically unanimous in favor with one abstention.
Great.
Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you.
And Lisa, if you have further questions, you can feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to talk through anything that is unclear to you. I can shoot you my email. Okay?
Yes, do that, please.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Isabella, while you are here, we
Yes.
got some good news from you about an unrelated award today.
Yes, we did. So our Encompass Drug-Free Coalition, which I don't even know if you know this. So we have another shared coalition with Emily Flavin. She's our DFC coalition coordinator. We got this grant in last September. It's a 5-year grant for $125,000 each year. Emily and I did a very intensive 3-week training, and we had to submit, I think, seven or so items, and we actually were one of 11 coalitions to win the Blue Ribbon Award throughout the country. So we're really excited. We will be nationally recognized in February in Maryland, but this is great, and it also makes us a little bit more competitive when we reapply for years 5 through 10. So all great work.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
That was great.
Thank you
Great
very
to
much.
see. Great.
Good job.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Nice to see you in person.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Rub it in, rub it in. Yes.
Okay, next up we have consideration of fee schedule for snow removal and treatment on private ways. Scott Charpentier, DPW Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members. This is our annual private way plow price adjustments. We do this every year. We provide the service to 2 private ways in the community, Maple Lane and Harris Ave, both off Maple Street. There are only 2 private ways that we provide this service to. They've been part of the program for a long time. And this year's increase is going from $225 per storm per treatment up to $230. That's a little over 2% increase over last year.
Great.
Notifications were sent out to both neighborhood communities, letting them know this was coming up on the select board's agenda. And that went out on September 12th.
Any questions from the board? Laura?
Was there any feedback from the residents? And thank you, by the way, Scott, it's good to see you. Was there any feedback from the residents about that outreach?
No, there was not.
Thank you.
It's a little under 5%, so.
Yeah.
I think a reasonable annual increase. Any other questions, comments from the board?
Just one question. I understand, Scott, that only these two streets because of, I guess, previous agreement and that's why you're continuing to do it?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there at any point in the future where Harris Ave or Maple Lane wouldn't have our services, or is there a review process that takes place?
I would expect Maple Lane may be dropped in the coming years. They have a culvert that's in very poor condition. You'll look through the policy. There are certain requirements of the roadway that it meets standards. That culvert, I keep an eye on it every year. It's in poor condition. So I drive the roads every year. I notify the point person on each roadway. Are there potholes? Is there something that's changed dramatically from last year, i.e. the culvert? 2 years ago, they had to do some improvements on the culvert, just roadside improvements with guardrails. The actual structure of it is not good, but I monitor it every year. So I imagine eventually, it's an expensive process to replace a culvert. There are a lot of residents on Maple Lane, but that's still tough to corral all your neighbors to do infrastructure improvements, I'm sure.
It's tough to get us to do it.
So basically, if there's maybe it would be a safety risk to the people plowing or anything else, you could, at that point, say, we're not going to handle your snow removal anymore.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Great. Any questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, is there, Laura?
Sorry about that. So are they notified that they're at risk if that culvert isn't improved or repaired?
Yeah, 2 years ago when it occurred, 2 years ago, no, it was a little over 3 years ago. I went out there with our liaison in the neighborhood. There was a local resident on the roadway who's a contractor. I went out with him as well, made some recommendations of what they can do and what they should do. We didn't engage in a long paper trail of demands and things like that. They were willing to do it in a cost-effective manner. I met with them a couple times to try to help them along so they didn't have to spend too much time and money on it. But that was a surface improvement for guardrails. The actual structure itself is an old fieldstone culvert, dry masonry joint walls. We all know what the climate has been doing lately. Water rushes faster than it ever has, so I'm pretty confident their culvert is suffering the same long demise that a lot of our culverts in town are.
And I know this is unrelated, but if that culvert fails, is that going to fall to the responsibility of the neighborhood to repair?
Yeah, it's a private roadway, private infrastructure. That is the only way in and out of the neighborhood, so that would be very detrimental to those residents.
Do you send, assuming we approve this tonight, do you send a letter then out to the residents saying what that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Would it make sense maybe to put in a little reminder in that letter about that culvert, so maybe they'll start thinking more seriously about it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Thanks for mentioning that. Because is there any way that we can know if the person that's, the point person for that neighborhood is reporting that to the rest of the neighbors?
Yes,
I just don't know what the process is.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt. Every resident on each roadway has to sign an agreement and send it into the town. We do not provide the service until we receive a signed agreement from every resident. They own the property in front of the roadway. We can't go across that and provide the service if they don't approve it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to set the fees for plowing and treatment of private ways less than 3,000 feet for the 2024-2025 winter season as follows. $230 per storm per private way for plowing, $230 per storm per private way for treatment.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Julianne, seconded by Mike. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. You've got your rates. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks-
Chairman. Thank you, board
thanks for
members.
joining us.
Thanks,
Okay.
Scott.
Next up on our agenda is we've got some continued ARPA decisions. Before we get into the specifics, two quick things. Earlier today, I emailed out to the board an updated worksheet of where we all stand on our 320,000 allocation. I have that on my computer if anyone needs to refer to it and doesn't have a printout or anything tonight. And also within that, I noted that Jason has let me know we have a hair over $109,000 additional ARPA that wasn't part of the 1.6 million that we split across the 5 ways. My suggestion is we seem to be making good progress on this. Maybe we just also add that in so we'd each get, I forget, the $21,000 or so additional to account for that full amount, so we know really what we're working on, and as we work towards making sure we allocate all of it. I want to make sure everyone's okay with that.
Seems reasonable.
There was another change that you mentioned in an email. I forget who the email was from, but you mentioned that there's a change.
Oh, yes, that gives us a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah,
Yes.
what is that?
Sure. So I just want to make sure we're okay with that, so everyone will, in theory, get another $21,000 to spend. It's not our money, of course. It is town money provided by the federal government, but this is the way we've been budgeting it. So I think I'm seeing everyone's okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So the federal government clarified a little bit of the rules. So the expectation that we have been working under was that for municipal projects, we would need to have a contract with a vendor in place by the end of calendar 2024, and then obviously expend all of the money by the end of 2025. There was a little bit of an out with outside organizations that says, like we've given some money to the Historical Society and so forth, that with outside organizations, they don't need to have a vendor contract in place by the end. We just need to have a contract with them in place by the end of 2024, and then they have the same deadline for expenditures. What the federal government has said is, oh, by the way, you can also have an internal contract. So I guess it would be a contract between the town administrator's office and, for example, the DPW. And then that would satisfy the end of calendar year 2024 requirement.
Okay.
For spending that. So in theory, if, and we got this from council, and
Last week.
Yeah. So, as we start to get further and further down the process, this gives us a little bit of flexibility that we're not up against the same type of clock. We need to make a decision. So for example, we need to say, all right, this money is for, for streetlights on this road. I'm making something up there. If we give that to the DPW doesn't have to have a contract for that in place by the end of December. We just need to say, yes, that's where we want the money to go, and then I imagine between your office and
It'll
the
probably be a
DPW
letter
director.
stating that the board
Yeah.
voted this. It's
Yeah.
just a document that we have an internal
Document
in-house
that, yeah.
reservation for those dollars.
Did you say it had to be spent by 2025?
2026, end of
Right.
2026.
2026.
Yeah, and that's the case of all ARPA for, no matter
Right.
how it's being allocated.
That hasn't changed yet.
That has not changed, and I'd be surprised if that changed. Okay, but again, that's not relevant for the ARPA request tonight, but that's a new thing, so I just want to make sure the board and the
good.
public were aware of that. If there are no questions about that, I will open it up to a couple of presentations from the police department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for hearing us on this. I am excited to tell all of you and the public about a new program that we are going to be introducing, hopefully come early November. It's a police comfort dog program. A lot of people have heard rumors that we were thinking about it, and we have been thinking about it for quite some time now, probably since the spring. We've been kicking the idea around and researching it, and here we are. So what is a comfort dog? I think that's probably the first question. You hear of canine units for police department and therapy dogs, and a comfort dog is will not be involved in any sort of enforcement activities. This is a excellent form of community policing. But it also, not only with the community policing, it's also going to serve a need of helping people during crisis and trauma. I am a huge proponent of community policing, and so are my officers, and I think we do a really good job of establishing a great bond with our residents. This is only going to help. I've seen it firsthand from other police departments. It's gotten extremely popular over the last 10 years of police departments or hospitals or schools having these comfort dogs. And when you see a puppy walk into the room, it's just natural for people to gravitate towards the puppy and towards whoever is holding the puppy or walking the puppy. That's what I want to see. I want to see our police officer, and I'll get into that in a second, who has that puppy, and it'll grow, out in the community, and the community coming to the officer and having conversation. So that's one thing the comfort dog will do, is fostering positive relationships with the police department and the community. Second would be dealing with people in crisis or trauma. It's really, troubling to see people come into our police station who are in crisis and trauma. And we go through a lot of boxes of tissues, and we hear their stories in our small little interview room. Young, old, male, female, families. And it happens weekly, and all sorts of stories of things that are going on in people's lives. We have resources. We provide help. We provide tissues, sometimes a shoulder. We have a clinician. We have the availability of a chaplain. This is just going to be another tool in the toolbox, would be a puppy or a dog. And there's been a lot of studies to show that bringing in a dog in a situation, let's say it's involving a child who's experienced some sort of abuse, helps a lot. So why not? I think, it's going to deal with the community policing aspect of it, and there's going to be a lot of fun things this dog's going to do, and Steve can talk about that in a second, but it also will serve a need. So we started the research, as I said, probably back in the spring. We've reached out to many police departments in Massachusetts. Locally, Berlin has a comfort dog. Shrewsbury has a comfort dog. Douglas, Lunenburg. There's an awful lot. There's probably more comfort dogs right now than actually working canine dogs. We, as I said, reached out to our neighboring departments, got some feedback. We received their policies to review. We've spoken to town council to make sure everything was smooth with them, and things, they provided some help as far as policy development. And then it was a matter of finding the right breeder. So we were able to get connected with the Boonfield Labradors. They're in Rindge, New Hampshire. It's a husband and wife who, this is what they do for their full-time job, is they breed comfort dogs. And we've had excellent reviews of this breeder and the dogs that they get. A lot of those comfort dogs that I mentioned from the towns came from Boonfield. They are Labradors. We don't know the color or the gender, and they are very, very good temperament dogs. So we're excited to have that connection. And about 2 weeks ago, we got word from, I had to interview with Boonfield back in early July. That was good, though. That was, I think it was good that they didn't want to just give their dogs away to someone they, couldn't trust. And so I was very happy to go up there. We had developed the policy, spoke with the lawyers, spoke with the breeder, and then I had to select a handler. So we had 6 officers who submitted interest in it, which was great. We had that many. I chose, after a process, I selected Detective Steve Sullivan, seated here. Steve is our school resource officer, and he's also lives in town, has 2 young children. I think the dog going to the school resource officer is a perfect fit. Steve is in the schools, 4 days a week, dealing with a lot of good things, but then he's also dealing with some of the other things that we deal with on the police side of things. So I think it was a natural fit, and a lot of the comfort dogs in the state are often given to the school resource officer. So about 2 weeks ago, Broomfield couldn't tell us when we might get a dog. I said, do you think we'll have one by Christmas? And they said, you should have one by fall. We received word 2 weeks ago that we should be getting one the first week of November. So that's exciting news. So where do we go from here, and why am I here? Well, I'm asking for $6,200 for ARPA money. I think it's appropriate, for all the things I said before. It's just to basically kickstart our program. This will eventually be part of my budget for FY26. We did not put it in FY25 because we were really unknown if we would get a dog. There were just a lot of unknowns. So going forward, it'll be a line item. It's, essentially it's if you have a family pet, that's kind of like what it's going to cost in the long run. Is really not too much more. It has a lot of initial training and some training yearly, but really it's just, vet bills and food bills and things like that. So we are in the process of kind of getting ready for the dog. We have a cruiser, an older cruiser that will be assigned to Detective Sullivan that is being outfitted properly with the appropriate cage and air conditioning, and there's several things you have to do for a vehicle. So the $6,200 is really to kind of help us kind of kick this off. It would cover the cost of the actual dog training, supplies, and public relations material. I think, it's, Mitch mentioned having a contract in hand. We have that contract in hand, so we are ready to send them some money for the dog. And again, hopefully Northborough will have a comfort dog in a month and a half, 2 months, and we're looking forward to possibly having school children have a little vote on the naming it, and there's a lot of cool ideas out there. But maybe if you wouldn't mind, if Steve could say a few things.
Again, good evening, everyone. I'm Detective Sullivan, Stephen Sullivan. I've been on the police department coming up on 9 years now. Like Chief mentioned, 2 daughters, and my wife, Frankie Mueller, is actually a long-term resident here in Northborough. And I've been a school resource officer and detective specializing in juvenile crimes for the last year, since last August. So this is my second year, and my first year was all about presence, and it still is. Being out in the school, walking about, bringing that sort of safety and relationship to the students, also to the staff, faculty, and everyone in between. I've seen comfort dogs in the schools themselves, and I know that it fosters very good relationships, not only with the school staff and the child, but also with the guidance counselors and the child's self-esteem. I found over the last year that self-esteem for a child is the number one thing that's hurting our youth today. And I know that this comfort dog program will help their self-esteem, especially in crisis situations that I've never written more police reports in my career here than I have last year as a school resource officer. Even just to document things that are necessary to move forward. This being one of them, I can think of hundreds and probably thousands of different incidents that I've seen and gone through and personally witnessed that a comfort dog could be utilized for in the most positive way. These are definitely assets. They're not liabilities such as canines are nowadays that they're seen, but with the asset of a comfort dog, and the initial startup, which is why we're asking for someone a lot, I guess you could say, is the startup money for, this would be a dog that I would take home with me too, it would be a family dog as well because it needs to live somewhere. So the consistency of living with me at home, the startup money would be such as leashes and crates and whatnot. So we need a crate for my house, my office at the Algonquin High School, even though I'm the SRO, school resource officer for the elementary schools, the middle school, and the high school, as well as a crate for the police department, the police station, which is typically where I spend the summers when school's not in session. So if anyone has any questions for me too, again, presence is my number one thing. I know tons of kids and staff and students and faculty, and fostering that relationship too and breaking down those barriers between the police departments and the community is what we like to do best, and we think that the Comfort Dog could help us in that area. So if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, and I think Steve actually hit on a good point that I should have mentioned. Essentially, when we get the dog is property of the town, like a police car. But it is assigned to Steve, and the dog goes home at night with Steve. If Steve were to leave after 3 years, and I don't see that happening, but if he were to leave, the dog essentially would be retired with Steve if it was after 3 years. If it was under 3 years, it would then come to my decision as to what's best for the dog. Does Steve get? Again, Steve's not going anywhere. But that's all in the policy. But again, it is property of the town. But again, the dog doesn't sleep at the police station. It goes home with Steve.
Question, what happens if an event takes place not during your regular working hours? So you and the dog are at home, some event takes place that you think, or one of the lieutenants think, you really need the comfort
Yeah,
dog.
so Steve as a, he is by title a detective, so he is on call once a month. They rotate for anything. So Steve goes out in the middle of the night for non-school related things, whether it be a house break or a robbery. Steve would be on call. That would be similar for the dog if there was a need for the dog, kind of like our drone unit. If the drone needs, if we need a drone out there, we have officers who are trained in it, but they're not working. We call them out, pay them the overtime to come in on call. And that's what we would see happening with the Comfort Dog.
Thank you. I'd love to take any comments or questions from the board.
No, I mean, I think it's a great idea and would be a great program. Are like pet insurance or vet bills or anything like that factored into this?
Yeah,
cost?
so we are, Steve has been doing a lot of research on this. We are close to, I don't want to say signing, but having a relationship with a local vet who has offered their services for a nice rate.
Okay, great.
So we've looked into that. The pet insurance, I think we will be getting. It's short money actually, and we also, speaking with Jason Little, will be establishing a fund. So if people want to donate, they can donate to the town and under the memo Comfort Dog program. That's been popular in other communities too. So we've been told from other towns that it kind of pays for itself. Believe it or not, people are out there. People say love dogs more than people, I guess.
I suspect the dog will get a lot of attention from the students at Algonquin.
Yes.
Including my daughters. Yes. I know you know Ariella. She's very, very excited about this.
Excellent. Excellent.
Great.
I just want to say, several years ago, someone came to a meeting here with a dog. I don't know, Diane, if you remember that. And it just was a different vibe in the room. It was really, really nice. So maybe sometimes you can come to.
Well, I think it's probably going to get sworn in here too. So when we do have it, it'll be up here and.
I like it.
But you're right. Even when we bring in, when a resident locates a lost dog, and oftentimes it makes its way back, they bring it to the police station naturally. And if we have to hold it temporarily, which is quite often, you're right about the vibe. Like when we have a dog running around the station, people they act like little kids. It's kind of fun.
Other questions or comments from the board? Lisa?
Hi, I love dogs. We all know that. I'm happy to hear about the potential of a Comfort Dog. You did answer a couple of my questions already, which is wonderful. like bringing the dog home. I was like, oh, what's this guy gonna do? Stay in the station by himself? No. So that's great. It's a great comfort. You say, so a couple of things. You're going to carry an insurance, obviously, that's for the health of the dog, you know, when you go in for yearly checkups and things, because we have that for our dogs. It sounds crazy, but because it's now going to be a municipal asset as opposed to just, you know, an animal coming in with an employee, because I think that's what they do with all the other, what is it called? The Bright Spot Therapy Dog program. Because I did do some research myself and I talked about that, where there was about 15 dogs, now they're down to 13 that go around in a group of different school systems. And they're used regularly for that. So I'm assuming that you'll add to that with your dog. But if in the event of the dog has an illness and it dies, do you then buy another dog? Is there insurance to pay for another dog?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, with the insurance, you know, I don't know if it would cover the death of a dog. I guess we can look into that a little bit. Clearly, dogs do get sick, and that's never fun. I guess we would probably cross that bridge and if God forbid we ever have to, and find some money to, at some point when appropriate, get another dog, you know, when appropriate.
Right, right. I mean, it's happened to us.
Sure.
Where we lost a dog very young for just dropped in.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and then what do you use the crates for in both the like the station and at the high school? Is it mainly the high school that you go to, I am assuming? So you don't go to the younger schools, you just go to the high school?
I go to all the schools. I do have an office at the high school because they tend to be a little bit busier. However, I do visit the elementary schools and the middle school as well. I have a great relationship with all the principals, and I don't have offices there, but I do go there and visit. So I try to get around as quickly as I can to those schools. I did develop sort of a Google Calendar for the principals to see so that they can see where I am. I'm very transparent in that. That way it's better for them to schedule any special events with me, and they've already, all of them have already scheduled a lot with me so far. So I'm pretty busy, but that's something that the dog can come to as well. The school visits I do, it goes wherever I go throughout the day. And to answer your question about the crates, a crate, if you don't know, dogs can be, for anyone, can be sort of, they have a misunderstanding. They can be kind of a mean thing, but crates are a sense of comfort for the dog. It's a little home for it. So it's a place where it can go to lie down, and it's not anything terrible at all. A crate's actually a good thing, and it also promotes some discipline in the dog too. On top of the 25-week training that we have lined up for the dog to become a comfort dog. And typically it takes 8 to 12 months to fully be certified as a comfort dog too, and go through that training, which is built into the $1,200 training here for the animal assisted therapy services.
Okay. Well, I know that there's two schools of thought on crating. Laura and I have two different thoughts on that. I want him to run free, learn, teach him to do the right thing and run free. But she's like, no, you gotta have a crate sometime. So, like, how much hour to crate do we have? I mean, it's obviously just when it's a situation where there's something coming in that you have to concern yourself with the dog overreacting or the individual overreacting, I assume. So I just wanted to ask the crate question, because I get crazy when people have crates and they leave the dog in crates all day. They come home, walk them for an hour, and put them back in a crate for the night. I'm not saying that you're doing that. I guess then the next thing is, how much would you think you're going to be putting in the budget yearly for the dog? Do you know?
I think when we get the dog and kind of figure out its monthly budget, I'll have a better idea. But I would say probably no more than $10,000. I think that's high. I don't think it's going to be that high, to be honest with you.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'll take a guess that the public would be very excited to help with this.
I believe so.
Yeah. Laura?
Hi, thank you. I love this idea for so many reasons. I love how it'll help the police department with their comfort as well as the people in the community and especially the students. What is like how long can, in a perfect world, you know, dogs can live a long time. What's the hopeful amount of time that this dog can be with us?
I mean, I would say working in its role, probably, I would say 8 years. I would say, you know, life expectancy for a lab is about 12 to 13 years old. You know, I think we'd have to see how he or she is doing after 8 years, and if the kids are starting to bug him or her, you know, maybe we let him retire to Steve's house for some relaxation. So I guess we'll, well, 8 years, actually, I think I'll be done by then. So maybe the dog and I'll go out together. But no, I think it's a fair question, Laura. And I think we'll just have to see how the dog's doing. But we've been told about 8 years.
Got it. And then as much social media presence so we can watch the dog
100%.
at every stage.
It
would be
will.
Really appreciate
It will have its own pages, correct.
That's great.
Is he gonna have a
Thank you
GoPro?
very much.
What's that, Laura? Lisa?
Put a GoPro on his little neck?
There you go. I like that. There we go.
If you guys are gonna wear the cameras.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
right. That's right. Yeah,
the
that
collar
dog, the
that
dog
has
needs the
logo
camera.
on it.
Sure, body cam for the dog. I like it.
Right? Get him a GoPro and they get him a logo on the collar so they don't think he's just a regular dog.
There we go.
All right.
Have to make him his own stuffed animal that looks like him too.
Right, and like you said, with not thinking it's just a regular dog, it's going to have a vest. It will have a patch that says "in training," and then it's also going to have our Northborough police patch as well, and sort of the public relations materials. I mean, stuffed animals. I've talked to the Lunenburg Police Comfort Dog handler, Brad McNamara, who's actually the liaison for Boonfield Labradors in Massachusetts. He kind of started that relationship with them for Massachusetts police officers. So I've seen his dog Hank, only pictures, but Hank's outfitted, and they're usually outfitted with a patch here too, so that people know that it's a comfort dog as well, and a working comfort dog. And this is typically, what I'm wearing is typically the uniform, just a collared polo, which is typically what I wear as a school resource officer and detective as well, along with the tactical pants. This will be good for to mitigate the shedding of the fur. So that's all in our policies and whatnot, and
Unless it's
all
white.
that. So
It is.
quite outfitted.
Yes, yes. And you have to have a little arrow that says I'm with him.
Yeah.
A question. How do you deal with people that have dog allergies?
Dog allergies. I haven't had a dog in a while, but
Not so much.
Yeah,
I'm not so concerned. I assume that you wouldn't have a dog allergy during for this, but students at the high school or
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I've always thought of that because even when I see dogs in public places, my brother-in-law has pretty bad allergies with pets, and that is something we'd have to be mindful of. Obviously, that's why I think having the crates, having not only a crate at the police station, but also one at Steve's office at the school, so we could place the dog in the crate and find another office or something to speak with someone.
I know the high school does have some experience with comfort dogs.
Yeah.
Is there still one in the library?
Parker retired a while ago. Parker does visit, I think, on wellness days. However, there are other comfort dogs in the schools as well.
So they have experience.
Yes,
can help
and
you
not
figure
only at
that
the
out.
high school, but the middle school as well.
Yeah, that's right. Good. So if I see no other comments or questions, this is not an item that was originally on anyone's list for ARPA. I think I see support all around. I would suggest maybe we just split this one 5 ways unless somebody has an objection to that.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I'm with that.
Okay,
Works
everyone
for
okay
me.
with that? Okay, I'm certainly good with that. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $6,200 for the purpose of funding the Police Department Comfort Dog Program as presented in the memo by the police chief, included in the meeting packet, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the police chief.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mike, seconded by Julianne. Any other comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor? Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous. In favor. Congratulations.
Thank you for your support. Really
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
that.
Thank you very
I
much.
think we're all excited about this. We really
Yes,
are.
yes, thank you very much.
Great. And Chief, you have another item?
Yeah, you can stay with me.
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
You're working. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate the support. The next item that I'm requesting and is $10,000 to help us replace some really worn out gym equipment, physical fitness equipment at the police station. A lot of the equipment that we have is original to the building, I've been here 25 years, and most of the equipment's been there at least 25 years. Going back to my college days, I did a research paper on police stress and the effects of what officers see and deal with on their throughout their careers, and the negative sides of police stress, police suicide, alcoholism, things to that nature. So when I became chief, I've always been mindful of that and making sure our own are taken care of, because if our own aren't taken care of, we can't take care of anyone else. So I established a health and wellness program at the department for our officers and dispatchers. I put a sergeant who is passionate about this as well, Sergeant Bissett. In the budget last year, we actually got approval for an app on our phone called the Cortico app, which connects officers to all sorts of resources by clicking a button, and it's anonymous. We are ready to launch that. We've been building it over the last couple of months. We're going to be launching it probably in October for our officers. So that's a great resource. The employee assistance services offered through the town is another resource. But something else that many of our officers are passionate about is exercise. And what better way to relieve stress than to exercise? And not only for your mental health, your emotional well-being, but your physical health. Heart disease is the number one killer for police officers. Our officers are constantly using our fitness room, which I'm very proud of. We have healthy officers who care about themselves. So the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and I apologize that I just kind of threw this out here just recently. I guess I could have asked for this a little bit ago, but it was a few weeks ago. We had two officers who show up. They work at 4 p.m. And they show up at 2:30 p.m. to start their workout before their shift. And it's two of our newer officers. And it's good because it's a good morale thing. They're in there, running or lifting weights. And one of the officers was doing dumbbell work, and the lead paint, well, it's not lead, but the paint chips were coming off the dumbbells as he's lifting. And I think I showed a picture of the dumbbells in your packet there. So, over time, we've replaced equipment. The police association does fundraising, right? And we give most of the money we raise is given back to the community, veterans, seniors, things like that. But sometimes they do spend some of the money for their own needs, like a treadmill was recently purchased for about $5,000. Gym equipment is very expensive. I'm asking for $10,000, and it's not going to get us everything we need, but I think the association, with some fundraising efforts coming up, could also contribute, and we could get a place looking a little better than what it is now. And it's not that it's hasn't been cared for; it's just used. It's used every day, the equipment, and it's old, and we need to update it.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Well, and it's just because weights kind of scare me.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make sure that everyone's using the equipment properly and safely?
Yeah, no, it's a fair question. So we have a couple different, so the dumbbells, our younger, stronger officers like those, and the older guys don't. But for the people who are not comfortable lifting that particular weight, there is like a Nautilus equipment, and that's why I'm seeking to replace that by using this cable cross system, which is all fixed to cables. So that's a more safer avenue as opposed to the dumbbells. But the younger officers, and not all younger, but a lot of them choose to use the dumbbells, and they come in with experience in going to gyms.
So they've had a
they've
professional
had
trainer.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. They've had experience in the past.
Okay.
Thank you. Lisa?
I know that there was some health club equipment left in 4 West Main Street when we were doing our tours. Were you able to get that equipment, or is it still up there on the 3rd floor?
I don't know anything about it.
I saw it in the hallway too. I don't know how old it is. I don't know if it works. I don't even know if we can get it. I think they might have put it together inside.
I'm surprised it was still there. I actually was a member. It was an Anytime Fitness way back, Northborough Fitness or something, way back in the day. I don't know. I certainly can take a peek. It's a little treasure chest up on the 3rd floor. You'll see me tomorrow going up in the elevator checking it out. Guaranteed, I'll look into it.
Yeah, it was the universal with the weights.
Okay.
I think there were two sets, and then one time there's a huge tire, but Sean, I think, got his eye on that.
Okay.
I think it's worth looking into that, and I know there was a tanning bed. I don't know if that's still up there.
Yeah, we're good with that.
So you might want to take care of your
No.
collection as well as your. But I would look there too to see what you have, and then.
I will take a peek up there, though. That is good intel.
I think what we're asking too, if I may, board, that a lot of this equipment that we're asking for is to save on space as well. Our gym is not the biggest, so we're looking to save space so that those officers that choose to do body workouts can have that space to do them on the floor or jump and whatnot, as well as get nice equipment in there too, because some of the equipment, like Chief said, is old and it's just big machines. They just take up tons of space. So getting like a cross cable machine and a leg machine that you can do those workouts with a smaller machine but still get effective workouts can save us on a lot of space, and hopefully get another machine in there for a different workout.
Great. Laura?
Thank you. Thank you for sending the pictures in the packet. It's an unrelated question, but is the roof okay? Because I don't know if it was the lighting that looked a little bit off in one of the pictures. But is there a leak in the roof in the gym area?
There's sometimes condensation from the air conditioner units. Every year it does. Some of the white paneling has to be replaced. It's slow drips. We also get that in our booking room as well. But that's good eyes, Laura, because you are correct. There is sometimes like it's a brown line that goes from one side of the building. It's all the same panels, and it's typically from the air conditioning dripping down. But we are mindful of that, and clearly we wouldn't want anything happening with our equipment.
Well, I'm not as worried about the equipment as I am people using it. Is there anything above the ceiling,
No.
and is that
No, it's just a drop.
compromised?
It's just a drop ceiling.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. I'm not sure what the AC condensation, what that means, but I can definitely touch base with you afterwards to get more detail on that. But thank you very much for the clarification.
Sure, no problem.
I was also going to mention the equipment at 4 West Main. My recollection is it's pretty large equipment, and I don't know if that would
Interesting.
fit in there. But
Surprised they left that behind.
it looks like they just moved out in the middle. In the restaurant too, honestly. If it's any restaurant equipment you need.
I think Tim needed the restaurant equipment, didn't he?
Take a look in the off chance
Yeah,
that,
no, I
that there
definitely-
is something useful.
100%
It is
will.
owned by the town now. It looked pretty large. Incredibly heavy, and it's also been
It's
sitting
got to
around
be about
for-
20 years
yeah,
old now,
yeah.
too.
So who knows?
But thanks again, appreciate that. I will definitely look into it.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Again, this is an item that was not initially budgeted. Does anyone have any objection to splitting this 5 ways? Everyone good with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what we'll do, assuming we approve it. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $10,000 for the purpose of funding police department gym equipment replacement as presented in the memo by the police chief included on the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the police chief.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Free
much.
membership, too, if you guys want to come over, a little swipe card. But we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Northborough Selectman hurts himself in police gym.
At police.
Get the comfort dog.
Great. We have one more ARPA item, town meeting lawn signs for $600. This is something, Laura, unless you prefer, I could give this a quick intro. We have talked at prior meetings about how can we promote town meeting a little bit more. Laura and I were, I don't know, talking on the phone one day or something like that. I don't remember how it came about. We said, hey, maybe we can get some more signs because the town did purchase a few years ago about 12, maybe 15 town meeting lawn signs. You know, they look like political signs, but they advertise town meeting, and they got enough to cover certain public properties around town. And we thought, well, you know, I would love one in front of my house, and you know, maybe all the select board members would like them in front of their houses or other places in town, and maybe members of the appropriations committee and financial planning and so forth. So we said, why don't we just, you know, buy 50 of them? So you know, we did an estimate of about 50 lawn signs and a bunch of stickers so they could, you know, change the date out every year. Would be about $600. I discussed it with Town Clerk Andy Dowd. He seemed to think it was definitely worth trying, and so that's what this request is. And this was an item that Laura and I initially put on our list to split this at a whopping $300 a piece. But want to get this into the loop as well. So I didn't ask Andy to come tonight, but he and I had a quick conversation about it. Lisa.
What are they gonna look like? The ones that have been out already made?
I would leave this up to town clerk to handle that. I don't think the board should get into the design of the signs, but I imagine it would make sense to be consistent with what he's got.
Well, the application in the ground has not been good, because normally the lawn signs are either on metal stakes. You can see both sides that don't have any obstruction to them.
Yep.
Last year, there were small, I don't know, 1/4-inch posts that were put in front of one of the sign and one side of the sign. It doesn't look very professional, and I think we really need to start asking some questions now instead of just leaving it up to, well, somebody can take care of it. I think we need to make sure that how it looks is professional and done well. So I think that has to be considered, and you may have to make additional signs since those signs don't have a good way to apply them into the grass.
Yeah, the way I priced these out was just like political signs, the corrugated plastic with the H frame that goes into the ground and holds up pretty well.
All right, so do you know how many of the other ones were made? Was it just like 12
I
or
believe
15?
it was I believe it was 15, and they have all or most of those still available. I don't remember how they mount or anything like that.
All right, well, I would really like them to be mounted the same way. It just really, I'm sure some other board members saw it too, and it just didn't look right.
Laura.
I can comment on that, Lisa. That was exactly what really generated this, because I agree, having the wood blocking half the sign didn't look nice. So hopefully we can get better awareness around town meetings. We may need to replace those stakes, because I know that they may get impacted, but at least for the next few years, we can see if it increases participation and awareness around it. And I agree, to make sure that they look better and don't get the stick stapled into them.
Right, right. I mean, it's necessary to have, it was whatever we can get more activity into town meeting, but I think all of it really needs to be consistent and professional.
I agree.
I'm sure Andy's going to watch this part of the meeting and he'll get that feedback.
Sorry, Andy.
Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $600 for the purpose of funding town meeting lawn signs, as presented by the Select Board Chair and Vice Chair, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the town clerk.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Julianne. I think I heard Laura with the second before Mike.
She beat me.
Yes. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much. Next up, we have discussion and vote on special town meeting warrant article recommendations. We all know what these are. These two articles are. The first one is the appropriation for the sewer enterprise fund that we've talked about before, and the second, of course, is the fire station project. Do people have a preference of taking these individually or separately?
Separately, please.
Sure, that's fine. Let's see, Tim, there's nothing new on either of these articles, correct?
No, other than, at the request of council to break out Article 1 into two motions, because one requires 9/10 and the other is just a majority, which we covered at the last meeting. So nothing else has changed.
Okay, great. So on the appropriation for sewer enterprise fund, is there a motion to recommend approval of Article 1? Laura?
Yes. So do you want me to read the motion?
Sure, of just on Article 1 for
Okay.
now.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to recommend approval of the following warrant article at special town meeting. Article 1, appropriation for sewer enterprise fund.
Okay. Any comments or questions?
Second.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Laura? How do you vote?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We are recommending Article 1. Article 2, the fire station project. There's certainly nothing new on that. The one question that I've heard a few times is, we know the Fed dropped their interest rates by 0.5 point. Maybe worthwhile for Jason to sort of take a look and maybe talk to the financial advisor in advance of town meeting and see whether it is worthwhile updating the impact projection. I know that from one of his presentations, I think it was to the Financial Planning Committee, he said that some of that thought was already baked into the rate that was used, but now that it's reality, maybe there's, the possibility of a somewhat more favorable projection in there. We don't have any of that tonight, but that's just it's the only thing that's new. And I will say that a couple of people from the Fire Station Building Committee were at Applefest at the street fair and talked to probably several hundred people that walked by and had questions about the project and had an opportunity to hear from people. I think I was not able to be part of that, but I hear it went very, very well.
And did the building committee, or the one, did they send out the little postcards in the mail?
Town clerk said
Town
that.
clerk sent
Yeah,
those,
that's
okay.
a response, our bylaws require that to occur. So that had a QR code that went back to the town website that had the warrant, and hopefully some additional information was added to that as well. Great. Any other discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, I have
Sure,
something.
Julianne.
So this is discussion about whether or not we're going to,
Whether the board recommends the
Yes.
approval of the article.
okay, so I did have to write down a couple of comments because this is very difficult. But first I want to say thank you for staking the size of the building. It was extremely helpful. And I'd like to also say that I, like most residents, believe that the fire department needs an improved or new building. So it is with much difficulty that I have to say that I have serious enough concerns about this project that I will not be able to vote to support it. It's the size of the project, the way we have to reconfigure that property to get the building on it. I think that there's enough concerns on my part that I couldn't honestly support it.
Sorry to hear that, but I respect it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have anything else before we entertain a motion? Lisa?
I will echo what Juliana said. I know we need a new police station. I know that these people deserve a much better space to live in, as well as all our other departments. I think everybody has really suffered for years of no municipal maintenance, and it just is unacceptable. And I think we've changed that. We've certainly turned the tide a little bit. But I'm also concerned about many of the things, the size of it, the land. I've always talked about the problem I've had with the land and with the brownfield. I can't imagine why we picked a place that used to be a gas station, just beyond me. And I just feel that many questions were asked, not necessarily answered or answered well. And I too, I'm not going to be able to support this. So I do appreciate everything that was done and all the work that was put into it, and hope we can move forward into some other better situation. But I will also be saying no.
Again, I'm sorry to hear that, but I respect the decision. Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say I certainly respect both board members immensely, and respect, you know, whatever decision you make, and clearly you've both made that. You know, I would just say, if the fire station, you know, doesn't, you know, whether we recommend it or not doesn't, you know, mean whether or not it occurs. If we don't get the votes and we can't begin that project, you know, a smaller building, a different lot, it doesn't end up being cheaper, right? So moving the project down the road is starting from scratch. You know, I know people say Plan B is the same project again, but even if Plan C is another location with starting from scratch with a new building, you know, tack on those, you know, that's kind of how we got here. You know, we got to the, you know, initial sort of sticker shock of the building and having to come to an understanding and looking more into it, because progress wasn't made. You know, so I would, you know, I would just say, you know, to keep that in mind, that if, you know, no project is perfect, certainly this one is not. But the alternative isn't, you know, the concerns about the cost and the location are certainly valid. But I don't think a different location and a different building gets you to a different place. That doesn't get you to a much cheaper building if we wait another 4, 5, 6, 7 years to build something new. You're just tacking on the additional construction costs and additional costs and new energy codes that make the building more expensive. You know, there's sort of a perfect storm of things with the COVID inflation, construction inflation, energy codes, and things that come together to make the building more expensive than initially thought when the property was purchased in 16 or 17 or whenever that was. You know, and we all agree that the current location isn't suitable to be a fire station. You know, it's I've toured the building. I've seen what conditions our staff, our firemen are working in, and you know, I you know, can't vote anything but to recommend this project. So I'll be voting yes to recommend it.
Thank you, Mike. I see a hand up from the audience. Before I recognize that, I'll say that, you know, I too will be recommending strongly that town meeting approve this. No project is perfect. No project is ideal. We went through this process. You know, I've been on the initial feasibility study committee as well as the building committee for this. We looked at many different sites. We looked at many different configurations. This was the least expensive as well as the best location for a properly operating fire station. And that's really the key, is the fire department is a core critical service to the community. Its location plays a great role in its success. And there aren't a lot of, really no other vacant lots in the downtown area that were large enough. You could make an argument that, yeah, you wish this was a little bit larger and a little bit flatter, but there isn't anything else. You know, we could probably find a flatter space, but we'd have to buy out an existing business to move it there. or relocating at the, renovating and expanding at the existing location, really replacing at the existing location, we'd have to do the same thing. We'd have to purchase two existing commercial structures that are used by businesses in town and knock them down. That adds tremendous cost to the project. The other thing I think about is the backup of projects that we have. We know this project should have been concluded 5 years ago. The purchase of the land took a long time, having nothing to do with anybody in this room. It just did. And, as a result, this has gotten more expensive. It will continue to get more expensive with any other option or the same option again. And then we're already starting the process on the Peaslee feasibility process. So, a couple more years, the Peaslee School will come up. If we haven't resolved the fire station, the Peaslee School either has to compete with the fire station or has to wait until after the fire station so that we don't hit two large capital projects within the same short period of time. So I think it's important to keep the plan moving forward. This is the best option for where we are right now, is to approve this project and get it done. And I hope the town goes forward with that. Seeing no other hands up from board members, I do see an audience member remotely, Scott Rogers. I will bring you in if you could identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Yeah, thank you. Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. I guess I would ask any members that are not willing to recommend approval of the fire station project to offer then what their strategy would be for moving forward. We've gone through multiple years of feasibility and design and land acquisition. What then is their proposed alternative, or what services do they plan to cut from public safety, or what operational requirements are they going to not allow the fire service and rescue service to perform? So the current department does not operate well in the current facility. If they're not going to get a new facility in the foreseeable future, what services are no longer going to be able to be provided, and what alternative to satisfying the operational needs of the department do those members propose? Because right now you've got hundreds of people that have worked towards a particular project and a particular outcome, expertise provided, studies performed, architecture and design determined that meet the operational requirements of the department. You've got a couple individuals that are not comfortable with that in some way. I think it's incumbent upon them to then provide an alternative. Otherwise, support the staff and committees and boards in this town.
Thanks, Scott. Let's see. I will add, I should have mentioned at the beginning, that the Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to support this project, and the Financial Planning Committee voted one opposed, I forget how many in favor, 5 or 6 in favor to support the project and recommend approval. Lisa, did I see your hand up?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, I'm not saying that we do nothing at all. I personally think we should have gone into a safety station, which would have taken care of the police and fire, because the police station is in much need of having their facilities, of course, increased and repaired. I think that for the sleeping conditions right now, I'd be more than happy to put in trailers for the men to have a decent place to sleep with a long mattress. I think it's horrible what they've been going through. I don't believe that land was a good choice. It's a brownfield. You're leaving one facility because of the cancer possibilities to go into another with cancer possibilities. There's an awful lot that has to be done to the grounds, and putting up a 30-foot wall and reconfiguring an area that is just, you're fighting nature. And a lot of things can be happening from going ahead and cutting that hill back. I think that the money that was saved personally on purchasing the land, which probably would have cost half or less if it had been purchased when it was originally brought to town, could have been better suited to land that if you didn't have to do all of that construction, and when it first went through, that construction wasn't on the radar. It wasn't taking down half the wall and putting in the systems of water and worrying about the continual fact it's a brownfield. We did this before, and I think that was ill-conceived, and it should have been a better consideration of whether or not it would have been cheaper to buy the building next to the existing fire station and moving that way. But that being said, I think it's our responsibility as selectmen to look at the fiduciary as well as what the department needs. And there's no question that this department needs to be in a better location, as well as the town hall, as well as the police station. I think that, again, a safety station could be built for the same amount of money. And we could possibly put it at the police station's land. So there are other options. It isn't a doomsday. If we don't do this today, then, well, we're just never going to have a fire station. I don't believe that's the case at all. And I think it could be worked into even taking perhaps the blueprint and just finding another location for it. But I don't think that every citizen in this town, the 16,000 people, are all for it. And I think that we should represent those people that have a different thought process of how to go about doing this. And I think it's important that we do that. I don't think that a unanimous vote in this case represents 16,000 people, because I don't believe all 16,000 people think alike. Everybody's worked hard. This is not a bad mark for anybody. I believe that it is our responsibility to talk about it and to find out what we can so that there's no more surprises. There's not going to be any overrides. I think there's a lot more to this land, and I have said it since day one. And I cannot support it, especially with it being a brownfield.
Respond to a couple of things. The site is not a brownfield. It has been cleared by the Mass DEP. It is not a brownfield. I think it's really improper to use that term when it is not. It has been cleared of that.
On the computer.
All of there's been tremendous number of soil borings as far as during the architectural phase. Nothing like that was found. Second, we did look in the feasibility study process. We did look at a public safety complex. Cost is about 50% more than a fire station alone. We did look at that potentially for the existing police station site. We were told two things, which I absolutely believe. One, there's not enough room there for a combined public safety complex. And two, the police station's in pretty good shape. It's going to need a renovation in a few years. I expect that police station will continue to be the police station without major changes for probably the next 20 to 30 years. It would be a waste of money to go ahead and up this project to 60 million plus to replace an existing building. With that, I see one member of the audience here. I recognize Mike first.
Yeah. Sorry, just if, yeah, I mean, we are fiduciaries, right? We have to be fiscally responsible with our citizens' money, with our, with what we spend. But two things, right? We're not an investment company fiduciary, right? We have a public safety component to our position, which to me is paramount. If you have to spend money, a lot of it, for public safety, then to me then you have to do that. I think public safety and just the working conditions alone, but on top of that, the additional safety to the public is compromised if a new project doesn't go forward. And then just on the fiduciary piece and the financial piece, there's almost no scenario where going and acquiring additional property and doing this down the road doesn't cost more money. So in just the pure dollars and cents fiduciary piece, it's going to cost more if we kick it down the road, and recent history has already proven that. That's what occurred. We can go back and certainly there's plenty to Monday morning quarterback, but we are where we are now. And I think it's important to those points, it just costs more if we fail to move this project forward. Sorry, and I'll yield to the
Appreciate it, Mike.
Comment.
Okay, Fran?
No problem, thanks, Mike. Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I just want to say that Lisa did make some good points about the fact that there are, over 9,000 registered voters in the town who may have differing views. And this project will be debated and discussed at town meeting where it should be by whoever it is that shows up. But as the elected officials in the town of Northborough, you do have a responsibility, to Scott's point, that if you are going to not agree with the financial boards who have made their recommendation, and you are not in support or in consensus with the findings of the professionals that were hired and the volunteers on the committee who studied all of the alternatives, the woulda, coulda, shouldas, you should have an alternative plan. And if it was extensive enough, it would be, to Mike's point, 2 years from now, because that's what it would take to study an alternative that may meet the same needs, that may meet a financial amount that more people may agree with. We don't know how many people are going to agree with the project until we get to town meeting and we get to the debt exclusion. But I do think that you have a higher responsibility as the elected select board members to have solid, valid, actual, factual reasons for saying that you personally cannot recommend to the townspeople support of this article. And I look forward to that discussion at town meeting on the 7th. Thanks.
Thanks, Fran. Let's see, I have a hand up in the audience from Scott, and then I'll recognize you, Susan. Okay, Scott Rogers for a second time.
Scott from 26 Tomahawk Drive. Just more of a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Should members be texting on the side during the meeting?
No.
If you got.
I don't know if that's happening, but no.
Yeah.
So perhaps just reminding members of that is sufficient.
I think you've done
Yeah,
that.
perhaps.
Thank you. Okay, all set. Susan.
Hi, Susan Sartori from 465 Green Street. I really don't want to speak to whether or not the other two members of the board are in support of the project or not, but I do want to make it perfectly clear that we do have a long-range capital plan here in town, and the Peasley School is due to be done by 2030. You can't kick Peasley down the road because the MSBA is looking at it now. The feasibility study is going to begin. The building committee is together. If we cannot get that project passed through this town in the time frame that the MSBA says it should be, it will not get funded by the state. So, what are we going to do? We're going to kick the fire station down the road and now push the Peasley forward, or is it going to get kicked to the other side? You've got a long-range plan. You've got to think about, what are you doing here? Your fire chief stood in front of you this year with his budget. He's putting in a grant for more firemen. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to sleep? Seriously, we've heard that the services have increased for the elderly here in town. He's wanting to increase the service and the time calls to these people. You want, because you don't like the particular station and where it's located. We need this for the people in town. Now, I'm going to say to you, I've lived here since 1990. When my husband and I moved here, the fire station that's here was always here. I'm pretty sure by the time we moved here, that fire station was paid for. My husband and I are near retirement and fixed income. But you know what we realize? We realize that we owe it to the future generations of this town to get that fire station built. We came here, we used the one that somebody did in the 1970s. So we need to do it for the future generations. And I know it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a financial hardship for a lot of people, but it's the right thing to do. And I do have the utmost respect for what your fire chief has put forward, this building committee that has worked on this, and like Fran said, the shoulda, woulda, coulda, that boat sailed a while ago.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up from the audience. Any members? Laura?
Thank you. I I appreciate and respect where all of my fellow board members are coming from, and I recognize how complicated this whole situation has been from the beginning.
Not
And
complicated.
I think,
Sorry, Scott was still on here. I'll take Scott back off. That's my fault. Thank you.
no problem. Thank you. I think, we're going to get this to town meeting. I have heard people in support of it. I have heard people that are very concerned about the tax impact of it. I hope that everyone comes out and votes for this very important project. I don't have an alternative. I recognize that there have been challenges along the way, and I just want to acknowledge that it is not an easy project when you look at the price tag. I do recognize how important it is for our firemen to have a safer place to work. I don't think that's been a question ever. But I do, I am in support of this to get it to town meeting, and I hope that we can do everything that we can to get everyone out to vote, because I do think it's critically important for all of our voters to participate in this town meeting, special town meeting.
Thanks, Laura. Any other
Thank you.
comments or questions? If not, would you care to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to recommend approval of the following warrant articles at the special town meeting. Article 2, Fire Station Building Project.
Second.
Motion's been made by Laura, seconded by Mike. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
No,
Julianne?
No.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is 3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries. The select board recommends Article 2. Moving along, we have assignment of special town meeting warrant articles. Who do you suggest do Article 1? Just as far as the motion, I mean, it's,
Any board member that's
Yeah.
comfortable just reading the motion, just to get it to the floor and be done with it,
Okay.
it'll expedite it.
yep, I imagine I will be very involved in Article 2, so would someone else like to make the motion on Article 1? I see a lot of hands up. Lisa, you want to do Article 1?
I'll do Article 1.
Okay, thank you. Everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Article 2, the chair of the Fire Station Building Committee was just here and has just left. I don't know whether the Fire Station Building Committee will make that motion. If not, I can make that motion. Again, it's just the motion. The presentation will be primarily the Building Committee.
Yeah, but after the
fire
motion
staff.
gets made,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Whatever expedites it to the floor.
Okay. Is everyone okay if I do that?
Sure.
Okay. I'll take care of that one. Tim, you said that Article 1 is 2 motions?
Yeah, it's broken into 2.
Okay. Lisa, do you want to take both of them, or you want one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Lisa will get both of those. All right. That's the assignment. So deliberation and possible vote to appoint the town administrator. Do we want to take a quick break?
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess, stretch our legs a little bit. We've been here for a little over 2 hours. I'm still thirsty from the pizza that Tim bought us before the meeting. Thank you.
I make rabbit slice.
All right. So, Owen, if you could crank down the microphone. Okay, we're back in session at 8:26. Thank you very much. Next up on our agenda is deliberation and possible vote to appoint the town administrator. So last week, we met twice. Each of the two times interviewed two excellent candidates that could be, that have applied for our town administrator. There was a fifth person that withdrew, I think, the day before her interview. So the four candidates, I hope everyone is, if obviously we were all here, but folks at home have had the weekend to review. We interviewed Steph Bacon, Austin Saganowitz, Mark Strange, and Angie Lopes-Ellison last week. So Tim has suggested that if we can, we try to narrow it down to two tonight. That would be the ideal, and then Tim would coordinate with those two to come in, meet the staff, so that the staff can, ask some informal questions, get to know them a little bit, and then one way or another provide us some feedback in advance of us making a decision. So, once we do some narrowing down and some discussion, it would be good if we, assuming that we continue along that path, that we set the next meeting date, to make that final decision, because our next regularly scheduled meeting isn't until, third week of October. So, be good to keep this moving along. So that's that. With that, we could take this any number of ways. We can go through in order of the four that we interviewed and maybe have some thoughts, and then at the end of that, see if there's some consensus building for how to narrow this down. Does that sound like a reasonable approach?
So go through in order each one
Yeah.
and discuss?
Yeah, so in the order of interviews, people could just say their thoughts about that candidate. Or do we want to just try to get some ranking done before we do much discussion? I'm open to any process anyone would like.
Well, I guess, right, the first step is we want to narrow down to one or two.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Sometimes it's helpful to hear other people's thoughts.
Right.
As part of that process. You may think of something that you haven't thought about, for example, not you particularly, but, anybody, me.
So the choices right now are to rank, or choice number two would be to go through each of the candidates and discuss our pros and cons?
Yeah, my thinking is at least provide the opportunity for board members to say a few things about each candidate, something they liked, maybe something that they thought might not be a good fit for Northborough, and then afterwards do some ranking, and we may see that develop, or we could skip that discussion and just go right to a ranking.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, does everybody sort of in their mind have a top two? Do we want to just kind of start to try and focus the conversation and kind of see if there's a level of agreement there, and then maybe go from there?
I think we should go through, and you know why? Because you're going to rank yours, but I don't really know why you ranked them. So if we could just go through
Sure.
what we thought, it doesn't have to take
Yeah.
5 hours.
Right. Folks at home good with that? Okay. So the first we'll just go in the order of interviews. The first candidate we interviewed was Steph Bacon, who was the health director here in Northborough a number of years ago, has since been an assistant town administrator in another community and is interested in coming back. Anyone want to offer any thoughts or feedback on her? If not, I could say a few words. I thought she was very. You want to go ahead?
No, I thought, she came in, certainly prepared, certainly, even though she was currently assistant town administrator, the way that she explained things, seemed that would, being a town administrator is a role that I think she could do. Yeah, I guess as far as sort of where I would, in discussion, where I would rank things, if there was one or two to bring in to meet staff for me, she would be one of them. I'll just cut to the chase there, rather than try and find other nice ways to describe her interview or what I heard and saw. So,
Yeah, I mean, I liked her. I thought she was well-rounded with experience and interests, which is, I think, important for a town administrator. She has not been a town administrator, so that's if you want to say a knock against, as far as on the experience level, but she's been an assistant for a number of years. And of course, she worked here for a number of years, so she has some direct Northborough experience, which is, I think, mostly a pro. She seemed to have a reasonable amount of energy and excitement, is certainly obviously very interested, I think, in not just becoming a town administrator, but becoming Northborough's town administrator. So that was something I liked. Laura.
I also enjoyed meeting Steph, and I mean, I'll say I enjoyed meeting all of the candidates and having them come in, but what I really liked about Steph's focus on transparency, I liked that she has experience in terms of, sticking with the financial plan and really focusing on the finances. I like that she's been with the town before, and she commented several times on how she likes to work with her staff and promote from within. And I think that that's something that that's got some really nice morale in town hall. That's been a helpful benefit as well. And if we are looking for someone to bring in, I would like to have her come and meet with staff as well.
Thanks, Laura. Did we lose? No, Lisa just has her camera off. Either of the two of you?
Briefly, I liked her energy, and she obviously did her homework. I think it would be easy for her, knowing she probably knows a lot of people in town hall. There's a lot of positives for Stephanie. I did have one concern, and that is that some of her answers were kind of textbook. Even when she followed up about economic development, it was, the answers were answers we've been hearing all along, housing, things like that. And I do think that she should be brought in again so we can get a little deeper with that. Personally, I'm looking for someone who would look at the town and identify every town is unique, and I think we deserve to celebrate that. So.
Okay. Thanks, Julianne. Lisa, did you have any comments you wanted to offer about Stephanie?
I do think of the four, Stephanie is the front runner. She has the experience of working in town before. I love to dress, being the fashionista. I do think I have a few concerns. She was working with us when we had, our original TA, and some of his methods and ideology is not what I'm interested in bringing back to town. I do feel that we should still get a few more options. I did go look through the interview or the applications, and there might be a couple of people on there I'd like to bring forward to add to her, bring her back with maybe two other people, and do that. I don't think we're in a big rush for this, but I think we should really look at, the options and how they're going to work in the town and how they're going to help the citizens.
Okay, Lisa. All right, so I think everyone has chimed in a little bit on Stephanie. Next up is Austin Saganowitz. We interviewed the same day right after Stephanie. Anyone want to go forward with some thoughts on Austin? I'll start. You're hearing nobody speak. What, were you speaking up? You can go.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of compiling in my head, sort of. Certainly an impressive person. Certainly brought a lot of energy. His energy level was like way up here the entire time, and that's that's certainly impressive. He is fairly new, I believe, in Rutland. So, and he, you know, from his description and from his resume, certainly has done a lot of work there. But yeah, as far as you know, his experience in the role, he has only been there, I think it was a little over a year.
Half or so.
Or, yeah. So that would be my only, I don't know if concern is the right word, but is just that piece of it. Or that was one. And that's why I say I would, you know, sort of on that above below line, I would maybe say, you know, Austin wouldn't be in my top two to invite in. That's not to say that a number of years down the road, with some more experience under his belt and some more good works in Rutland or other towns, he wouldn't be a great fit for Northborough. Right now, I'm not sure, so that's why I wouldn't have him in that one or the one or two to invite back.
Okay, next. Anybody? Sorry. I'm gonna grab a mint.
So I'll go. So Mitch can talk. I think, you know, he has a lot of experience in different roles. You know, he was in Acton, for example, and his financial experience seems to be pretty comprehensive. I think that's a real strength for Austin. I do agree that, you know, his experience isn't exactly 5 years, and that might be of a concern. So, but he did his homework. He definitely interviewed very well. Yeah, that's my opinion on him.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to go? Laura?
I loved his energy and I loved his enthusiasm, and he's got some neat things that he has done in Rutland. But like my other fellow board members have said, I just worry that he has been in that position for a short period of time. And I agree that over time, as he gains more experience, he's going to be a great fit for that role. I just don't know that in Northborough that's what we need right now. But thank you for taking the time to interview with us.
Thanks, Laura. Lisa, do you have anything to offer on Austin?
I agree with my members. I think he is full of energy, as I would expect. I think that he, in years to come, may be a good fit. I think that, as everybody has said, it's just too short a span of responsibility, and I think the town really needs to have some stability and understanding. And I'm happy that he did come and interview, and I do wish him the best.
Okay. Overlapping at least a bit with my thoughts on Austin, I really liked him. He is clearly very adept and very enthusiastic, particularly about municipal finance, which is really important. I look at it as I am more interested in having a well-rounded town administrator right now than someone that's focused on finance. We happen to have an excellent finance director. I think someone that can help with all aspects is more important. I'm also a little concerned with Austin. Not concerned, I would say it's a somewhat negative mark, the fact that he's only been a town administrator in one town for a year and a half. I'd like to see some stability in a position for somebody that we bring on, so that we think that he would at least stay through a 3-year contract, perhaps, and hopefully more. I know town administrators move around, so prior to Tim, our last full-time town administrator was here a very long time. That's unusual, so I don't expect the next town administrator. I didn't expect you to be here 15 years. I didn't expect you to be here 10 months, but that's a different story. I would have no problem if in another 3 years we were looking for another town administrator and Austin submitted his application and he's held that position where he is now till then. I would look at him even more favorably than I do. But I think the end result is I think we have consensus on where Austin is in the ranking. Next up, we have Mark Strange, who we interviewed at the first of the two interviews on Thursday. Someone like to volunteer to go first on Mark?
I'll go.
Sure.
So, I liked his honesty about how difficult it was for him when he first got to Ludlow. And he had to make some difficult changes that sounded like they were unpopular, but he did it for the good of the town. And, you know, the fact that people came around and realized that what he did was a good thing, I was impressed by that. You know, having a law background I think that would really be an asset. I do have to say that I'm a little bit concerned about the commute. And I would definitely bring Mark back, but I think we'd have to have an honest conversation about that. That commute, if you look at 290 in the morning or the afternoon, it's not easy street.
Mhm.
So that would be my concern. I know he said he did a test drive, but it was on the weekend. And that's different than Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I think if we invite him in to meet staff, you know, my suggestion would be do that at the beginning of the workday so he can experience that and then provide honest feedback as to that process. Sorry, didn't mean to cut anybody else off, but I wanted to follow up with that as that popped into my head.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else on Mark?
No.
Okay, good. Who would like to go next?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I would agree with Julianne. You know, I think Mark came across as somebody who could come in here and be the town administrator of Northborough. You know, he's been in Ludlow for, you know, a couple years, but has that, you know, the prior experience on select boards and director of planning. You know, he was able to maybe not, almost similar to maybe kind of my thinking with Stephanie, the answers didn't pop, but I think his answers were very, still impressive and even keeled and I think provided a good window into sort of how he would manage, how he would be a manager. I liked, you know, kind of similar some of the discussion about some of the tough changes he had to implement and how he worked around that and how he, you know, tried to work with people and give them the opportunity to, you know, to get into what he was trying to build there in Ludlow. But yeah, it's the commute piece. I've had long commutes before, and they do wear on you. You know, and traffic's only gotten worse. So that would be my only concern. I know he said it wasn't, and you know he's, you know, listening to podcasts and stuff like that on the way in and out. But you know, we've had meetings that went past midnight, and you know, if you're not getting home till almost 1, 2 in the morning maybe, and then turning around and coming back. I mean, he said he's okay with that, but that would be my only background concern. But yeah, so right, so Stephanie and Mark were the two that I would invite back to meet with staff. So he was in there.
Thank you. Laura?
Thank you. I enjoyed meeting Mark, and I think he has some neat experience, but after the commute is greatly concerning to me, especially after we had one of our interim town administrators who really suffered from that. And I really think we need someone that's going to be closer, as that commute is really, really long. But so he is not someone that I would like to bring back, just based on the fact that the next person that we get in this position, I really want them to be with us for a long time. I want somebody that's going to be able to be present with us for the staff needs as well as for the community needs. And I just worry that we're setting ourselves up because it is that's an arduous commute, and there's some changes coming up on the pike that are going to impact traffic. There's just going to be no easy way to navigate this. And I just really want to make sure that we've got a long-term plan as much as we can, you know, given this environment.
Thanks, Laura. Lisa?
Thank you.
I think he did a nice presentation, and I think he feels that he wouldn't have a problem with the commute right now. I'm with all of the discussion that that commute is just, you're not gonna sustain that. I hope we never have another meeting at 1:30 in the morning. But you take that, he leaves here at 1:30 and he takes an hour and a half to go home, and then he sleeps for an hour or two and turns back on an hour and a half to come back for Tuesday. It's just not doable. And it's talk about stressful. That's got to be a huge part of your job, the stress. There's car accidents that happen all the time. And they're not going to relocate because they have two children that are in schools. And I think that's, relocation would only make me comfortable enough to say, well, maybe, but it's still just a maybe. I don't feel he's had enough time as a TA as well. I think on our committees that we had, the last two that we performed, I think Northborough needs someone who's got some experiences. And I think a year, 2 years, 3 years of experience is not enough. I think we have a lot of things that are going on, and many of the things that were talked about were things we've already done, and we're in the middle of doing more future items. So when you have somebody that's coming from the Western Mass or the Northwest or what have you, versus somebody coming out from the East, I think that we're ahead of the West, but we're not as far ahead as we'd like to be in many of the other towns that are more east of us. And I just think that I'm still saying I would like to have more than the people that we talk to be able to move forward.
Can I just?
Sure, absolutely.
So I was the one who brought up the commute first, so it is a concern, but I would ask us to ask ourselves, are we making a judgment on whether or not this man would do the commute? Maybe he has a relative in Northborough who can stay overnight. I mean, I think we have to have a heart-to-heart and see what his plan is if there is a late night or the commute does start to wear. It's not for us to make that judgment that it's too hard for him.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I really like Mark. I thought he was a really good balance of experience and well-rounded. I think he'd be, an excellent town administrator just about anywhere. He's clearly ready to move up to a larger community with more interesting challenges. He's going to have to go east for that. There aren't communities like the Metro West area as you go sub-Springfield. And so I think he even said something like he's been looking at towns around here. The commute, I would not want to do that commute, but I'm not the person applying for the job an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes away from my home. We I think should trust him on his take of that. I think it is worthwhile to ask him to do it for real, at the time that he'd be coming in. And listen to him, and if he says he is fine with it, I don't think it's appropriate for us to almost assume that he is making that up. We shouldn't do that of any of the candidates without really good cause. I know some people that love long commutes, that's where they clear their head, and that's where they listen to their podcasts or their music or do the thinking or something like that. I'm definitely not that person. I haven't had a commute for well over 30 years, and I hope I never do. But lots of people do, and it's not for us to decide. I agree, there will be occasional late night meetings. I hope we never have one at 1:15 in the morning like we did once. What frequently people do is they'll go to a local motel or have a friend or relative in town or something like that. I guess
we have 4 West Main.
We do. We have 4 West Main. We have
gym equipment there.
Gym equipment.
I was going to suggest the Econo Lodge. Maybe there are other options too.
What about White Cliffs? Yeah, we have a mansion.
I can offer some context. For traveling, sure. I mean, I started in Ohio, and I actually, when I started in Mount Healthy, I lived in Cincinnati. I had to drive through Kentucky, Indiana to come back to Ohio. So talk about a commute.
How long was that?
It was, I can't, it was 20 years ago, I don't remember,
Okay.
but it was long. Until I found I could, the old, 140, this one was 136, I think, it was just a straight line, but small town, it's a small town. So instead of going around the loop on 275, I just would go north. But anyway, so that was one. And I was in Salisbury. After I always thought I should live where I worked, which I believed in, still do. Just can't afford to move right now. So anyways, I was in Salisbury, I got a job in Seekonk, and I commuted that. So 485 to 95. So just think of Rhode Island, the two ends of the state, until I moved to Seekonk. And then I moved from Seekonk to Rehoboth, with little town next door, and then I got the job in Grafton. And then I went from East Providence or Seekonk to Grafton, and I moved to Grafton. But I mean, those commutes are not, I knew what I was getting into. I don't know, I mean, I think I did pretty well. I mean, I ended up moving to all those communities, of course, but I don't know, he's got to go into it eyes wide open. So that's to your point, I think. But that's my own, if you think town administrators are a certain breed, we are the breed that will travel. At least that's been my experience.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that insight. That's helpful. I'd say
I don't think it's just all about travel. And back then when you were doing that, I'm sure the traffic was a lot lighter than it is today. But I'm not comfortable with his experience. It's not just the travel. So that's.
I mean,
I'm
I
afraid
think
that
he has
it
more
did
experience than any of the
carry
other
on that it's all
candidates.
about travel, and it's not.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Mitch, about, he has rounded experience, right? He's done, with being an attorney, being on the planning director, being a town administrator for 2 years or 2+, so. And also, we're looking at these candidates, right? You can't compare them to somebody who you think might be a perfect candidate, right? We're staying within this pool, so.
Okay.
Well, wait a
sure.
second. To that point, I'm not saying that this is what we have to do, but if we can't get consensus and we don't feel really good about any of these, we can go out again, right?
Sure, you can do it.
So,
Yeah.
so it's not like we have to pick from one of these four.
No, and maybe I misspoke. Not that we can't, we could do whatever we want, right? If the board agrees to it. But, I mean, I was just saying, trying to say, okay, these are the people who I think were all experienced, and I think we're all worthy of our time in interviewing with us. Out of these people, how do they rank? Who do we think we would want to invite back? And just, try not to compare, right? Don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the competition. Like, let's, compare them to each other, and maybe we can find consensus on one or two to come back. It sounds like we may be boiling to that a little bit,
I
but.
think so. The, about the idea of going out again, there were multiple candidates. We should not mention their names that applied, that were not brought forward, by Tim for the suggestion to be interviewed, because until somebody has a public interview, it's not a public name. Everyone had the opportunity to look through the resumes of all, 15, 16 applications, whatever it was. I looked through and I agreed with Tim, after taking a look and speaking with him about one particular candidate. I would not want to interview any of the others that applied. I don't think that would be, and I certainly don't think it would be worthwhile at this point. I think, we have 4 candidates. If we can't make a decision based on these 4, then we have to go out again. We have to think about the impact of that at that point, then we're definitely talking about looking and hiring for an interim, or asking Di to do that very, the acting job for a very long period of time. What would we do to attract another tier of candidates. We may have to go back and hire a search firm to help us more, or something like that. I mean, I think, we advertised in all the same places that MRI did both of the prior 2 rounds. These are the folks that are available and interested in being Northborough's town administrator right now. That's just kind of where we are. Lisa?
I don't agree with your assessment of the candidates. I think there are a couple of candidates there that we could bring forward and let the rest of the committee to look at them. And I think there's at least 2 that I would bring forward.
My opinion is the time for that has passed.
Your opinion of one.
Right. Well, all 5 of us had the opportunity to look.
Right,
You
but
know,
when did we have
Talk
the
about it. We've got the
opportunity
opportunity to look, and then we should have some discussion on the opportunity that we saw. Now, we have Diane, and she'd be like a fabulous interim while we're doing this. There's no change. She's done the interim before.
Are you suggesting we drop these candidates and start over?
No, not starting over. I'm saying to then bring forward some other candidates. We put Stephanie to come back a second time and bring 1 or 2 of these other individuals forward.
All right, let's go through and finish our review of the 4 and then decide next steps. All right, so I think we've all spoken about Mark. Angie Lopes-Ellison, who would like to, you know what, I see one hand up with with an audience member. Marilee, I will recognize you after we finish our review of Angie. Laura.
I will start with Angie. I really enjoyed meeting her. I thought she had some really neat experience to pull from in a variety of capacities, both on the town level, both in the higher ed level. I loved her method of thinking. I loved how flexible she was and how willing she was to talk to people with differing ideas to come to the best solution for a community. And I like some of the ideas that she had for ways to save money in terms of, if you like regional dispatch or not, but she was looking for creative ways to save money within her capacity. And if we could bring her back, she is someone that I would like to see how she were to get along with our town staff. But I liked where she came from and what she had to draw from.
Thanks. Laura, who would like to go next?
Yeah, I also, she was very accomplished, but a lot of fun to talk to. And I think she has also a lot of energy. I think the bulk of her experience was in higher ed, and that I'm not sure translates to municipal government. So that would be one of my concerns.
Yeah, I mean, her energy level, again, very high, very easy to talk to, very personable, good at telling a story, which is always key to interviewing well, and she certainly did. I guess as far as looking at, her experience on her resume and places that she's worked, kind of thinking of, okay, town administrator, usually maybe a 3, 4, 5 year position for most, unlike Northborough that had a long-term one. Just did seem that there were a lot of positions within a period of time. So, I don't, I know she had said that she was looking for a long-term place, but, and she provided explanation as to why she moved to these different places. But that would be one area of looking at, is just sort of the, North Adams, Uxbridge, Blandford, Fairhaven, within a certain amount of time. It just seems like a lot of different towns. So that was one piece. And it seemed like, a lot of the places that she had gone to work in needed a lot of rebuilding for the most part, where I think Northborough isn't in those positions, isn't that type of town, where we need somebody to come in and knock everything off the table and start from scratch and rebuild it. It sounds like that's what she's good at, and she's able to get get buy-in with people and build people up and negotiate and do those things. So there's certainly value there. I just don't know for, like a town like Northborough, if that's kind of where we are and that's maybe the best fit for where we are now. That's the part I was just unsure of.
Thanks, Mike. Lisa, any thoughts on Angie?
I agree that her energy was very high and it was, she did some wonderful things where she had mentored a few different people coming up and I think that's a fabulous thing to do. That I think that's part of our leadership quivers. But she's got a lot, I think a lot of, like you said, higher education, a lot of human resource background. Her person-to-person qualities for what she was talking to us about were I thought were very admirable. I really, really enjoyed that part of her. She gave me, it was like I said, I would watch her and just kind of, she had so much energy that I was probably a little bit taken aback by so much of that. I thought she was a great gal, and I think that she might be a better fit for in another town than our town. But yeah, that'd be my remark.
Thanks, Lisa. I'd say my comments are similar to most of the rest of the board. I liked her energy. I, in some ways, liked her casualness, but at the same time, I didn't know if she was quite, at least in the interview, quite as professional as we are used to in Northborough. I appreciate that she's had 4 important jobs in a series of 8 years. One of those is pretty easy to explain, that she was the chief of staff for an elected mayor. The elected mayor turned over, and typically a new mayor will bring in a new chief of staff. So I can't possibly hold anything against her for that. But the other 3 positions, including the one she's in now, and obviously it appears that this feeling is mutual for her looking for another position. It concerns me. I think there are people in each of those communities that really liked her, but enough people in each of those communities that she didn't seem to have a great professional working relationship with. And it's hard to know how much of that is actually following the individual and how much of it is just bad luck. And sometimes it is bad luck. I don't want us to be to figure that out. I hope she finds a good position and can last for a very long time. Very clearly a very smart individual.
Yeah.
And a lot of energy and can bring a lot towards it, but I don't see her as being a fit for the kind of administrator that we need right now.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. Whoever we end up hiring, right, if for whatever reason, we're all elected, either don't run or elected out of office and the board completely changes, that the town administrator would be that continuity. That doesn't always happen, but yeah, to kind of, to your point, to have that person be able to be that continuity and let the board change, not necessarily the town administrator, because the board changed, so.
Okay, good. All right, any other comments or questions on Angie? If not, I'll open it up to the audience. My request of audience input is to not try to guide us towards any particular candidate. This is kind of one of those things that at this point the board needs to weigh, but I'd be certainly interested in any process input that you may have. But with that, Marilee Borden, happy to recognize you. If you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi, Marilee Borden, 63 Little Pond Road. I'm not sure if this is a process comment or not. I will try not to steer you, but one thing I think that should be considered when you're looking at experience is comparability of town in terms of size and sort of scope of problems. So I think a town like Ludlow is more similar in terms of size and in terms of the sort of not severity, but size of the problems and the issues that they deal with versus some of the smaller towns that may be closer geographically to us and maybe even closer demographically, but are much smaller towns and are just. So I think level of experience needs to be weighed with the caliber of the job requirement. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we've gone through all four. Does anyone have any other thoughts? If not, we'll try to narrow it down. I think we've almost done that already. It sounded like all four of us were happy keeping Steph Bacon in on the list to meet again.
Yes.
Seeing that around, so that's easy. We're not ranking first and second at this point. We're just trying to select two if we can. I think I saw Austin Siganowicz maybe wasn't in that top two. Was Austin in the top two range for anyone? Okay, so I again, consensus, this is good. We're halfway there. Mark Strange, I think I saw a couple of concerns about commute, but I think for at least three of us, we're interested in bringing Mark back again. The folks present, Laura, I think you had some concerns, and I know Lisa, you had some concerns. Okay, but we have three in favor of bringing Mark back, and I certainly look forward to Mark, trying to address the commute issue and any other concerns that people have. I think three of us really like him a lot, and Angie Lopes Ellison, I think other than one member who wanted to, I think, include her in the final mix, I don't think anyone else did. Does anyone suggest that we bring Angie back? Sort of Angie versus Mark.
I do, but I think I'm the one.
Yeah. I appreciate your thoughts on that. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm seeing general consensus of bringing Stephanie and Mark back in to meet staff, and then in a second we'll talk about the process of if we wanted to open it up again or do anything else. And I'd probably look for some input on Tim for that process. So does everyone agree that's the consensus at this point, to bring Mark and Stephanie back? And then we will talk right afterwards about, do we want to bring anybody else in? Do we want to open this up again or anything else?
All right, so question one, do we want to bring Stephanie and Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Should
I answer it?
Sure. Yeah.
My vote is yes.
Okay. We don't have to vote on this. We're not appointing anyone at this point. Okay. Laura.
Is it possible for us, when the date is selected for when they'll come in, can we stagger our visits to come in as well, or is that not advisable?
My understanding is we should only meet as a board with candidates.
Okay.
Okay. That's always been
Ahead of
my
a selection
experience.
process, that's
Yeah.
appropriate for it. Again, I assume that staff will give you all kind of immediate feedback. That's the goal of them meeting with them, so they can give you, can this person lead, yes or no? Will they fit in, because they know the culture, and to give you that, unfiltered.
Yeah.
And by staff, do we mean mostly department heads and the town administrator's office staff mostly, or?
I think generally I could open it up to everyone, but it's just gonna be tough to
Well,
coordinate.
and I'm not saying you should, I was just
But mostly
clarifying.
department heads, mostly
Okay.
department heads.
Just
was the
wanted
goal.
to, I assumed that, but then I didn't want
Yeah.
to,
But of course,
what happens when you assume?
the newly appointed town accountant, she would be considered a department head per se, but she would certainly be in the mix. But, long-term people do you all look to and respect to size people up, I'm gonna get them in the room.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm certainly confident in your ability to bring the right people in the room. I
Yeah.
was just asking as a point of clarification, so.
Okay. We have a comment?
Yeah, Fran Bashford, 76 City Hill Road. Just a question, how will this honest feedback from staff get to the select board if they can't be there when it's being given? I mean, they're gonna, like I said, the memo?
We're gonna call them. They offered to share their phone numbers with the staff.
So they'll call each
Staff
of,
members will call us.
so
Yeah.
they have the option of calling any one of you or every one of you with their feedback if they're comfortable doing that. And then you'll wait till you're back in a open meeting to discuss it and build consensus at that point?
Which is honestly, that happened last time too. It wasn't part of the candidates meeting staff, but staff staff know a lot of people. Some of the staff worked for or worked with some of the applicants last time around and things like that. And certainly a couple people reached out to me to let me know their thoughts. And, I think this is an even better process.
It's not mandatory that anybody says anything, but if they want to, if they know someone's really good or really bad, they want to relay that to
Oh, and
the
I
board.
appreciate the fact that they can call individuals, because I might feel more comfortable sharing something with Mike, but I don't really know Mitch that well, so maybe I wouldn't say something to him, so I think that is helpful. I think that it is important to take your time, but not too much time, because it is an important decision, and we all are going to have to live with that decision, hopefully, for many years. So thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So on the process of bringing in additional candidates from the set that were not forwarded previously, as I've stated, my opinion, that time has passed. So what happened is you emailed out to everyone to come in and take a look.
Yeah, I
If you
forget.
wanted.
I
don't
told
remember
everybody they were
exactly.
available in the office to come look at.
Yeah.
It'd be awkward, just to answer Lisa's question, to call someone who wasn't selected for the first round to come in for a second. They may, if you decide to do that. I don't know who you would pick.
Right.
But it wouldn't be anybody I would recommend, which is an odd thing to say about someone you might pick.
Yeah. Yeah. And I worry that the two candidates that we're narrowing in on might withdraw if the opinion from the board is, hey, we need to keep looking. I think if we don't feel that either of these are of sufficient quality to be our next town administrator, or after feedback from staff we feel that, then we need to think about a different process. And I suspect that would be, figuring out long-term town administration services, what that looks like, how to advertise differently. Tim obviously won't be here anymore to lead that process, so we would need someone to lead that process. I think at that point we'd be looking at something different, and we'd really have to gauge what are the chances of bringing in someone of a different tier. I'm pretty happy with the two that are coming forward, but that's that. Susan?
Susan Sartori from 465 Green Street. I found last year's budget process to be a very, very quick and hard one, because we didn't have people in place until December and February to get that job done. I think that you seem happy with two of the candidates. See what the staff has to say, and you can come away maybe feeling really confident about one, because we really have to roll up our sleeves and get the budget season started. I mean, typically you start building a budget now. We really should be talking to the department heads about what are their needs for this year, not whether or not they like the town administrator. So I think the project, you just need to move the process along if you're comfortable with one or two of those. Okay?
Appreciate that. Thank you, Susan. Okay, Lisa?
I think one of the things that's important for us to do, because we've had a lot of interims and we now have a situation we weren't expecting. But the townspeople are looking for stability, and they're looking for us to make a good decision. And we're constantly making decisions because of this or because of that or quickly, and let's hurry it up and let's get moving. And you can't make good decisions quickly. It doesn't work like that. And I think that we have to look at the disruption it's going to be, a new person coming in. It's going to be another 6 months to be able to catch up to speed. There's a lot involved. And I think that we have to be mindful, and I think that we should look at a lot of the aspects that we think is good, and get a candidate that does have as many of those aspects as possible.
Thank you. Julianne?
Yeah, I have to say that, there was one person that I was kind of curious about, and, to your point, if we brought in another person, would the other two be concerned and pull out? I just think we owe it to the town and to the people in town to, to make a very deliberate decision here. And, just because it didn't fit into this timeline that, quite honestly, I didn't know that we had a timeline for, reading the other applications. So, that's just my feeling. There was one, and I don't know how you would handle it.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest if you haven't already, if there's one of the candidates, again, we can't mention names or
Right,
anything
right,
about
right.
them publicly.
Talk to Tim.
Talk to Tim, because Tim
Yeah.
knows some things about many of these candidates, spoke with most or all of them, and probably has some insight beyond what is in the application documents that might, that for me was very helpful.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, at the next time we meet, if a majority of the board wants to bring someone back, then we figure out some way of doing that without mentioning a name. Tim can then confirm with that candidate that, that they were agreeable to having their name released in an interview when we set that up.
Okay, great.
Okay? That good with process? So process is at this point, Tim will schedule time with those two candidates, Steph and Mark, in the near future. My suggestion is, before we move on with this item, we choose a next meeting date. That meeting date could be to appoint, or it could be to take any other action. But because our next regular meeting isn't for another month, our next we'll have a special meeting before the special town meeting.
On the
you know,
7th.
to
but
deal
if
with
you
any
meet on the 30th or
any last
31st.
minute things. But I'd suggest, if we're available,
31st.
maybe next Monday night.
First.
If the candidates can come, would that be the second
Oh,
round?
I wasn't honestly, I wasn't thinking about another series of interviews, but if we
Oh.
wanted to, we could. We can. If they're available. I know one of the candidates that is not coming forward wouldn't be available. But I don't know about the other two.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I only asked them to hold the weeks, the 16th and the 23rd.
Yeah.
So you want us to meet,
That's not a bad idea if we can get it.
I'm sorry, I heard two people talking at the
Yeah,
same
sorry.
time. Lisa?
I said, I think, I would put Monday night aside, that's certainly only a week away, and we could do that. I do have two candidates that I would like to see interviewed. Can I ask a quick question? How are they going to meet the staff in person, and then the staff is calling us
Yes.
with their opinions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mike?
yeah, no, I was just to clarify, so the idea would be, we'd be meeting next Monday, the 30th, solely for this item.
Right.
To digest it, okay, and then decide as a move forward.
But
Okay.
you said one of the candidates can't make it.
Sorry, one of the candidates that is not going forward, I know he disclosed to us that he's away. We have not asked the other two, so I have absolutely no idea about these two candidates, whether they're available next Monday night. We didn't know that until we speak with them. From my perspective, I don't think I need another interview. The next thing that I want is feedback from staff. So I don't feel like I need an interview. If there are, a specific question, we can formulate that now and.
Yeah, I know,
ask for some
I had
response.
mentioned that at our last meeting and kind of was thinking that, but, after discussion with fellow board members and going over notes, and I think, yeah, I'd be comfortable with those two candidates meeting staff, getting that staff feedback, and then deciding how to move forward. So at this time, I don't think there's a need for another round of interviews with those two candidates that we've decided to bring back.
Other members?
I have to disagree. I would like to I would like to have them come in again. I mean, how are we going to ask Mark the question about the commute?
I mean, I think that's something, Tim, you can certainly speak to him about and let us know his reaction. Again, my suspicion is he's probably, if he's not watching this right now, he probably will.
He'll probably email us.
I would not be surprised if we get an email from him.
I'm driving right now.
Not while driving.
Pull over, Mark.
Leanne, I would like to ask more questions. I mean, an hour? We're basing our opinion on 1 hour.
I mean, we could have had longer interviews the first round. I don't, honestly, I am not sure what questions, other than I mean, we each asked, I think, 3 questions. It's about 15 questions that we went around the room with all of them.
Yeah, I counted. They were all within maybe 1 or 2, depending on how I counted them,
Yeah.
so yeah.
I don't know if we would be that productive with that process. I think if there were big clarifying concerns that we wanted to work through, we could do that. I mean, the only thing that has come up is one person's commute. I don't think that's worth bringing somebody in for. If a majority of the board wants to do that, we can do that. I don't know about their availability, but we can ask.
Well, I hate to have them come in. And we have this hybrid system available. They can be available for questions.
I think for an interview, someone would want to be here in person.
Well, that's
Yeah.
up to them.
Yeah, I would be shocked if otherwise, unless we decided that we wanted to make it a remote meeting purely and do that.
I don't mind a remote meeting idea. I think that's a great idea.
Laura.
All remote.
Will we be doing the interview questions that we had done the last round as well? Will those be sent out?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So during the last interview process, there were questions that we had sent out to the candidates.
Oh, the essay
They had-
questions,
An
yeah.
essay. So you pick 2, they'll get those.
Yeah, they will, yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
They respond, you'll read
Yeah,
those.
no, I appreciate you reminding me. I remembered that step before the meeting and forgot it now. So yeah, so we will get their essay responses.
Oh, good.
So that could generate more questions if you wanted to bring them back
Yeah, I think,
after we get those.
yeah, okay.
Have we got a deadline on that for them to respond?
I do not have one in my mind. I'd probably say within 3 to 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
you just
if we're meeting a week from tonight, you know, I would hope that we would have the responses by Friday, so that we'd have the weekend
We can have a packet.
to review. That's a lot to put on them, but that's, you know, they're used to doing a lot of work.
Yeah, is that fair, do you think?
Well, I had 3 as the draft. I'd just say, let's give them 2 of the 3. Both the same ones, and let them do 2.
So you would send out the questions tomorrow,
Tonight, yeah.
Tuesday, and I don't know if that's a fair, is it fair to then have them fill that out and come back on Monday potentially?
This is a big job, right? This is a serious job with serious people. If they're interested in this job, they're watching this, like Mitch said, and they can do it. That's just what
Okay.
they have. If this is a big job. If they're serious about it, they have to be ready to do on a moment's notice. Anything, even it'll be telling of whether they can perform under that 4-day schedule, and then come in here and work in this environment, be successful. Yeah, if they can't, then you don't want them.
Well, the essay questions is one thing, but what if they have a board meeting on the 30th?
Right. Yeah, honestly, I don't think we should say we're going to interview them Monday night, because we don't know if they're available.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
that was just for
my
us to
opinion.
meet. We weren't bringing in
Correct.
candidates.
Okay.
Right, yeah. I think at that point, if we can't narrow it down further, or if we have significant concerns, then we can see about additional meeting dates. maybe we can you could just work with us by email to come up with a backup date or something like that for that ahead of time and try to clear it. But my hope is that between feedback from staff and the essay questions, I hope we'll be able to make a decision a week from tonight. If we can't, we can't. And we figure out the next step.
You still have a thorough background.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we do give the background check again to remind us and the public that what we would do if we had one candidate that we narrowed it down to that we were comfortable with next Monday, it would be a conditional offer of employment, and that would be both for contract negotiations as well as the background check that MRI would do that takes a few weeks to sort out. So those two events would take place in parallel.
Can anybody tell me if the third Thursday, October 3rd, would work? Just so when I get them on the phone tomorrow, that I can pin them down, that gives them a week and
It would not work.
4 days? No?
No, Rosh Hashanah.
Oh, my God. Does that start the 2nd?
Starts the evening of the 2nd, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
And that would have been for what, Tim? For a possible date to come back in?
For a second interview with you all, if you so chose. So I'm just trying to get them,
Yeah, I got you.
pin them down. All right, so I'm gonna call two. I'm gonna send out the 2 of the questions out of the 3. Get them back by Friday so you can have them by the 27th. You'll meet on the 30th, so we'll do another agenda for the 30th.
Yep. And that agenda would be just the, deliberations and possible vote,
Yeah,
as
just
well
the
as,
same piece, right?
as well as the executive session, so that way we can start to talk about contract parameters.
6 PM work?
What date are you talking about again?
A week from
30th,
tonight.
a week from tonight.
A week, oh, the 30th, yeah, okay.
6 PM, work for everyone? Okay,
Yeah, I'll make it work.
okay. I appreciate that, Mike. I know 6 PM is tough, and I appreciate you week after week making it work. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Okay, appreciate that. Next up on our agenda, common drive street naming discussion. So, I suggested this be on the agenda, and I have to switch my brain into a different track. So, the planning board had an agenda item last week where they were going to name a common drive, and I did not understand, why do we name a driveway? A shared drive is all it is. And as it turns out, that public safety departments are asking their towns, and this is not just Northborough, but everywhere, go ahead and put names on those, because then they show up in the GPS better, essentially. And so we have a pretty thorough policy for naming public roads. And the name has to, the idea is the name should be on a predetermined list of historic names of Northborough. I got that list from the Historic District Commission. Looks like it hasn't been updated. It's historic itself. But it's not that it's mandated that it's one of those, but that's the recommendation. There's a process. It goes to the name goes to the Historic District Commission, a couple of other committees, and eventually the Select Board approves that. Because a shared drive is a private road, it's not a public road, so it doesn't have to follow that policy. As it turned out, that the name that was proposed for the shared drive that the planning board reviewed last week was a name that I had never heard of before, the planning board members hadn't heard of before, but the neighbors certainly had. That, Laura, you know more about this than I do, but apparently there was an issue some number of years ago about a dog named Phineas at that property, and that dog caused substantive nuisance to its neighbors. The dog was actually discussed 2 different times by the Board of Selectmen at the time, including discussion as to whether to euthanize that dog by order of the Board of Selectmen, which, believe it or not, is an authority we have. The option was not taken to do that. Fences were put up and mandated, had to be regulated and inspected on an annual basis, and things. I found a newspaper article and all sorts of other things like that. and the question is, one, is that an appropriate name for a shared drive at this point? It would be on, presumably on maps and things like that. And two, is there, more ideally, is there a policy that we should have? So my putting this on the agenda is primarily for the policy, not to discuss what that policy should be. We could decide, you know what, let's not put that on any policy, but if we do think there should be a policy about it, we would then ask the policy subcommittee to meet and come back to us with a recommendation for what the policy for the naming of shared drives would be. And it could be anything from the same thing as the street naming policy or something completely different. And they can work with staff to figure out the pros and cons and eccentricities of doing that. And then it would come back, we would name it. And my ask, and I think our ask would be, if we wanted to do that, that we put the process for the name that went before the planning board last week, as well as any other pending naming of shared drives, on hold until we adopt a policy.
Can we do that?
Can we do that?
I would have to defer to council to see
Yeah.
what authority the board has over such a matter.
Yeah, especially after the fact almost, right?
But yeah, either way, right, if you did have authority, either way, you couldn't preempt the planning board from allowing the name to go
Yeah.
through. It sounds like it's not a good name just from the history of it, but I'm not so sure we have authority, or you have authority to make that adjustment, set that policy. But if you do, only council can tell us that.
Yeah. I mean, we certainly do for public roads. But yeah, I don't know. And that would be something that council hasn't looked at this yet.
Yeah.
So if we're not interested, if we're good with everything as is, we don't have to ask council to do anything. But that would be part of the policy review process. Laura?
No, I would really appreciate it if we could take a look at this, especially if common driveways are going to become named. I think from a consistency perspective, it would be good for the policy committee to take a look at it and just figure out if they want to have names that follow the historic suggestions. And I would appreciate it if council could weigh in on this, because given the fact that it's a new requirement to name common driveways, it seems like it's something that we should have been aware of to make that decision on before this started being required.
So can we get town council to weigh in first?
Yeah, ahead of the policy committee
You said that a lot of
meeting.
towns are doing it, but a common driveway is a common driveway.
I mean, the town is taking action. So then the question, I guess the question is, who has authority over that action? And maybe it's, if the select board does not have any authority at all, clearly the planning board may. And maybe the result is then we ask the planning board to work on a policy in conjunction, something to mirror the existing policy for public roads, or something completely different. Think through it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the select board has come a long way from possibly euthanizing dogs to a comfort dog.
Yes.
So I guess progress is slow, but we got there. Yeah, I mean, I guess do we know how many of these shared ways there are?
Oh, there's a lot.
There are a lot. I think it's now they're doing it when a drive becomes a shared drive, like if somebody has a long driveway and then they're branching it off. It's when something changes about it that they have to do the naming. There are dozens.
So when the lot gets split off that long driveway to build another house, that's when they'll name it. So it
Right.
won't just be 123 Main Street. It'll be two houses at 123 Main, so it won't be 123A. It'll be 16 Barbara Jean Drive
Right.
and 123 Main Street.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, Julie.
No, I'm sorry. You were,
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, just going off, do we want to use, we have a list of names that we can use for roadways and drives. Somebody who's had a impact in town or a history in town, I don't know if you'd want their name associated with just like a private shared drive, so I don't know about my first inclination was well, I'll just use the same list, but I'm like, I don't know if, you'd want to use somebody with their name on just some.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's be an interesting discussion, because over a period of decades, we're going to be probably naming many of these shared drives, and there aren't that many names on the list of historic names. We might use them up too fast. Maybe the rule is it has to be somehow associated with the road it is connected to, or historic person in that part of town, or I could think of a lot of ways of doing it. I see Bob Light on the horn, ready to chime in from the Historic District Commission. Speaking of, Bob, I apologize if you had your hand up for a little while before I noticed. My eyes were facing the other direction. Bob, if you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind.
Thank you. This is Bob Light, 48 Emerson Road. I'm actually the chair of the Historic District Commission. And I didn't want to get into the details about the legality of expanding the bylaws, but I just want to make a few comments. I think that the way the bylaws are written now, it's very flexible. There is a memo back in 1953, so it's over 40 years old, that has a list of well over 200 names. But because it's over 40 years old, any other name that was proposed that had some historical significance, whether it's an individual, a historic landmark, or an area characteristic, could be easily approved. So we wouldn't be stuck with the memo from 1983, 1983, I'm sorry. So in that being said, I think it's important that we do have a more formal process, even for these private drives, because it is, as you mentioned, on a map of the town, and it would be on a GPS, and there would be a street sign. So I think that we would not have a problem, as we've had in the past, if it went through the Historic District Commission to at least approve the name. Now, all that would be required would be that whoever came up with the name would basically give a brief description about where the name came from, who it was named after, and what possible historic significance there is. So I don't foresee any bureaucratic roadblocks going forward, but it would require some sort of a formal explanation of what the name was. In the case of Phineas, I remember looking up various history books to try to find if there was a name of Phineas. I had no idea it was named after a dog, but it was obviously, if someone were to come and ask for a street name, all they'd have to do is give a brief explanation about the significance if it wasn't on the list of names from 1983.
Appreciate that clarification, Bob. As always, very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa and then Julianne.
So it's normally up to the planning board to name these side streets?
The shared drives go by default to the planning board. I don't know the legal reason why, but that's the way it happens, so I assume that's the right thing to do right now, in absence of other bylaw or policy.
Okay, so that in this, what Bob is suggesting, that it goes to them first and then it goes to the planning board, so that the research has already happened?
So for public roads, they always go to the Historic District Commission first.
I'm sorry.
For public road naming, that goes to the Historic District Commission before it goes to any other board. And the end of it is the select board by bylaw and or policy about how that works. So shared drives right now take a different path, which is they go to the planning board.
Mm-hmm.
The question is without formal involvement of the Historic District Commission. The question is, do we want to keep that, in which case we don't have to do anything? Do we want to look at something, in which case I would suggest the policy subcommittee hear from council as far as what to recommend. It may involve a bylaw change, in which case we'd figure that out. That would probably be more of a planning board issue. I think I don't know whether that falls under zoning bylaws or something, or general bylaws, but council
It gives them authority. I don't know if they get it to MGL or if it's a bylaw.
Yeah.
And would the residents who live on these shared drives have any, do they end up getting a say in?
Well, they would.
Like here, pick from three, which ones do you guys want? Or?
Well, what they would do is, my understanding is for the naming of a public drive, public road, that the developer is given that list and say, please either choose from this or choose something else historical.
Right.
And if it's something else, provide some justification as to, yes, this, it wasn't on your list, but it actually, here's the reference to something historical that occurred in Northborough. And it could be something historical that wasn't historical in 1983 when the original list was put together. Maybe it was somebody from the 70s. Now that's long ago, it's considered historical. And as long as they provide some justification, the Historic District Commission reviews that, says, yeah, that's historical, good. That's basically what Bob just described to us. And again, if the end result was it follows the same process, then that would be the process it would follow.
I mean, just whatever process and whatever list it is, I just want the first name on it to be McInerney.
Well, as of October 16th, that's historical.
It was a history.
Okay. I think I'm seeing consensus that we would like to have this be reviewed further.
Yeah, we have to know our legal rights.
Yeah, so I think first thing, ask council, do we have the ability to have some flexibility here? And then the follow-up would probably be the policy subcommittee meeting on it. And are we in agreement that we should ask Tim to see if we could put a pause on the naming of this pending that process, including the name that was reviewed last? If we can.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, I don't know if it's an approval or just a verification that that's a name.
I
gotta talk to Laurie about that particular piece.
Mhm.
I don't know if they're saying, oh, that is a great name, or if they just de facto have to accept the name that the private party's giving them. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's two pieces of research I can do.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, everyone good with that one?
Thank you.
Okay, sure, thanks, Laura. Meeting schedule, October through December 2024. Let me find that page. So let's see, September 23rd is right now, so we don't have to decide that one. So we couldn't meet on October 7th because there's a special town meeting that night. Our regular meeting would be October 14th, which is Indigenous Peoples' Day or Columbus Day. So the suggestion is reschedule that to October 21st, and then October 28th would be regular. So I'm sorry, I'm reading way too much. So our meetings would be October 21st, October 28th, November 4th, November 18th, December 9th, December 23rd, plus a brief meeting before the special town meeting the night of October 7th. Does that sound reasonable, Julianne?
December 23rd. What about December 9th and December 16th?
Let's take a look.
Maybe just the 16th.
Based on our,
Do you want to?
we've got a,
The 16th will be tough for me.
What would be hard for you?
the 16th.
Sorry, the 16th will be tough for me. But
Rather go before Christmas?
Do we want to, I mean, I appreciate 23rd gets really close to a holiday.
And Northborough schools are out.
Yeah.
On the 23rd.
They're out on the
Kids are out.
23rd. Would people be available for a remote meeting that night? Would that be easier for people traveling or just wanting to stay in their pajamas
on
at
the
home?
23rd?
I'm sorry, I heard a comment, but I didn't hear what it was.
Sorry, I was saying to do that on the 23rd.
Yeah, that would be, I think if one of us already has a known issue on the 16th.
Yeah, I mean, the 9th isn't great for me either, just because I'll be traveling for work, so if we're holding that, I'll have to be remote that night.
Okay, what about December 2nd?
It works for me. Is everyone okay with December 2nd?
December 2nd and December 9th?
Let's do one at a time. December 2nd?
Sorry, I'm double checking 1 second.
Okay.
Oh. Thank you.
You want heavy battery.
It's good for me.
Okay, is everyone good on December 2nd? Okay?
Yes.
We'll wait for Laura to return from her research.
Actually, I know I'm not supposed to text, but.
It's fine.
Doing it.
The CEO of the house.
I should have checked before.
Okay, the 2nd works better for me. Thank
Okay.
you, and I'm sorry for that.
Okay, all right. So December 2nd, and what was the other one?
We could do, So you're traveling on the 9th, right?
Right, I'll be at like
But
a
you
a
could
work
remote.
conference, so I could do remote on the 9th.
Okay.
But yeah.
So what about 2nd and 9th? I know it's just a week
Yeah.
apart, but
okay.
Laura
I
can't make the
appreciate everyone's
16th.
flexibility. That would be ideal.
Okay, is everyone okay with the 2nd and the 9th then? For our 2 December meetings? If by chance.
Thank you for everyone's flexibility.
Sure. I'd say the only thing I think about is ARPA.
Yeah, I was just thinking that
Yeah,
myself.
that we have until the end of the calendar year to make all ARPA decisions. You know, what happens if, you know, the 15th, Jason says, oh, we've got an extra $10,000 that some contract came in short and less expensive than anticipated. I guess then we could deal with it. And we could
can get more
schedule a remote
sidewalks.
meeting for whenever we have to make sure we don't send any money back to the federal government. Is that what you were suggesting, Lisa?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of that, we just get more sidewalks. If there's extra money anywhere, let's just put it to sidewalks.
We'll figure,
Thank
make
you.
those decisions then, okay. All right, so are we good with December 2nd and the 9th as our regular December meetings?
Thank you, yes.
Diane, what do you say?
Well, I was gonna say I'm a little bit concerned about the license renewals.
Oh,
That's
okay.
very early.
Oh, that's right, because you
but
need to
we
do,
can-
okay,
We can see what we can do about that.
Okay, so the 16th would be better?
It would be another week.
Would that be? So
But we could do
Laura,
it if
Laura's the
needed.
only one who can't make the 16th, right?
okay, yep. Laura, you had a potential issue on the 16th, right?
I can be available if we need it. That's fine.
Okay, and again, as we know, hybrid or remote is fine? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds like for the office's benefit, maybe the 2nd and the 16th.
I think that would be better.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you
no
very
problem.
much. All right,
Would you want to be crazy and have all 3 dates?
No.
In case that's not done?
no, I mean, if, as happens now and then, if we need an extra meeting, we schedule an extra meeting for a particular purpose. These are, you know, what to plan for regular business. And if
We're
something,
looking at the 9th and the 16th.
2nd and the 16th, I think.
2nd, and what happened to the 9th?
The 9th,
Mike
well,
is traveling.
So Diane said that some of the business, like licenses, might not be ready for the 9th. And also, the 16th gives us closer to the end of December.
My little ARPA flexibility.
Yeah, a little more.
I don't have to have
We
a
can hear more.
New Year's Eve meeting, trying to
yeah.
spend $1,000.
Yeah. And if we do 2nd and the 16th, then there's a little bit of a gap between for things to pile up for us to work on.
We always find something.
Yeah, all right. So is everyone good with that, 2nd and 16th for December?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sounds like we are
Diane?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
good. So we've changed both of the December. Excellent discussion. All right, is there a motion?
Yes, I move the board vote to set the meeting schedule for October through December as follows. October 21st and 28th, November 4th and 18th, and December 2nd and 16th.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne. Let's see, all those in favor, Lisa,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
Julianne,
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
I also vote aye, vote is unanimous in favor. We have meetings, hooray. Next up, it's funny, I think I had asked for this to be on the agenda about 2 months ago, so people would have plenty of notice. So usually what happens is, like a week before Thanksgiving, someone says, oh, we should figure out when we're gonna close. My suggestion was, let's do that well in advance so people can plan vacations and everything else. So, so that was that. So, the request is, to close for, let's see, Wednesday, November 27th to close at noon, Tuesday, December 24th to close at noon, and Tuesday, December 31st also to close at noon. And these would be for Town Hall and the Senior Center, correct?
Correct.
I know the library,
It
they
will
can do
typically follow, but
yeah, trustees typically vote that separately. Okay, and that's what the request is from the office? Do you have any concerns or anything else?
No, Sounds good.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move the board vote to approve early closings for the Town Hall and Senior Center for the 2024 Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays as follows. Wednesday, November 27th, close at noon. Tuesday, December 24th, close at noon. Tuesday, December 31st, close at noon.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mike, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have some closings. Thank you. Next up, we've got some cemetery deeds. 1193, 1194, 1195. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the board vote to execute cemetery deed 1193, 1194, and 1195.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. We have, vote is unanimous. We have cemetery deeds. Next up, we have some meeting minutes for August 19th, 2024.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the meeting minutes from August 19th, 2024 as presented. Or as amended or to be amended by member at a later date.
So those are,
I don't know how to make that motion, I'm sorry.
yes, it looks, the idea is to choose one of those.
Oh, okay.
So no one has put forward any amendments, so my suggestion is just as presented. And then if the process we're following now to keep things moving along is if a member does notice anything, they can bring it back at a later date, and then we could consider an amendment.
Okay, so do you want me to restate that?
You would just say as presented.
Okay, I move the board vote to approve the meeting minutes from August 19th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. And next up, we've got the meeting minutes of September 9th. Is there a motion?
Yes. I move the board to vote to approve the meeting minutes from September 9th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by Mike. Laura, you have something?
Can I just make one comment? I really like the new format of the minutes and the level of detail in them.
Me too.
So.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank
you
you
for
for
that
that feedback. I appreciate it.
These are really good.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Okay, uh-oh. Just when we were done, right?
I know, just when you thought. I had actually, this is about the meeting minutes of August 19th.
Oh,
And
okay.
I had asked, I noticed something and I'd asked to be fixed just kind of on the fly the last time we had a meeting. And I think it's tiny.
Okay,
but-
can we finish the motion that we're on, the September 9th, and then we can go backwards? Okay, so September 9th, we have a motion and a second. All those in any other discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike? Oh, okay, hold on. What were we waiting for? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you can finish, but I foed it.
Oh, okay.
I know what we were talking about.
Oh, okay, so we'll talk about in a second. Okay, good. Mike?
I'm gonna change my vote to no. Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have September 9th, and there's a request to revisit the prior motion on the August 19th.
Yes.
Okay, and
So if you look on page 3, it has, under reports, it has Chief Cohen. Rather than Chair. Do you remember that, Lisa? Yes.
I do remember that.
That was
I
the-
didn't
I did not notice the
until I-
promotion,
oh, I
so.
better check.
Okay.
I know it's a lovely title.
No. Yeah, so is that the issue you wanted to get corrected? All right.
Article in the.
Are we comfortable calling that just a friendly amendment, and that'll get sorted out? Okay. That's non-substantial as far as the intent goes, so I think that's easy to do. All right. We've done our meeting minutes. Oh, I'm so happy we're caught up on those. Next up, reports. We've got a couple of specific reports to give, and then we'll go around the room. A couple of things that made it into the agenda. Laura, do you want to tell us about the Northborough High School Alumni Association proclamation?
Thank you. Next Saturday, I will be attending the 151st Northborough High School Alumni Reunion, and we have a proclamation that I'm hoping the board can sign so that I can take it to the reunion and read it at the event. Do I need to read it in its entirety now?
You can if you wish.
It's up to you guys if you want me to or not.
We have it.
Yeah, we have it. I think that's,
Okay, perfect.
you've summarized it
Does
well.
anybody have any questions about it?
Sounds like a fun event. I'm glad you'll be representing the board.
I've gone to it before. It's fun to hear the stories from different graduation years, and next year, if you are interested in attending, please send a note to actually I'm drawing a blank to Linda Rozier, who's managing the invitation list, and her number. We've got her number if anybody is interested in next year, but the deadline has passed for this year's event.
Bless you.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Great. Thank you, Laura. The other item that's specifically under reports, I do have to read in its entirety. The statement of DCR's intent of proposed land acquisitions, et cetera, et cetera. So town meeting authorized the approval of 432 Whitney Street. Town now owns that land. Part of that deal is DCR was going to give us, I think it was $400,000? 200,000?
I wish it was 4.
I wish it was 4.
Maybe if your motion includes that, they'll have to give it to us.
I thought it was the whole thing at first. I was like,
So this is the process for that, is they sent us a letter saying, by the way, you have to, because the state will then take interest in town-owned land, essentially. And so there's a requirement that somebody read this statement, which I will now read. This email serves as notice to you under 301 CMR 5100. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting through its Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, has under consideration the acquisition of an interest in approximately 21 acres of land or other property interest therein in the town of Northborough. The property is currently undeveloped open space and wooded wetland. The proposed use for the property will be protected open space abutting DCR's Barefoot Brook flood control area and near DCR's Division of Water Supply Protection's Wachusett Aqueduct. Attached is a locus map marked Exhibit A, which shows the property in which DCR is interested. The applicable regulations require the disclosure of the Commonwealth's reasons for the proposed land acquisitions at a meeting, a public hearing, essentially a meeting, held in the city or town in which the real property is located. To comply with this requirement, we ask that the board announce that the Commonwealth is considering this acquisition for the above stated purpose at its next regularly scheduled meeting. Hi, here we are. The board does not need to take any formal action on its part. Please document the announcement in the board's meeting minutes and reply to this email by copying, et cetera, in this brief statement. DCR P's number P001088, Town of Northborough. I, Clerk of the Select Board of Town of Northborough, Massachusetts, I think that's still Laura, do hereby certify that on date it was announced at a public meeting, the Select Board, that the Department of Conservation and Recreation may acquire an interest in a parcel of land located in the town of Northborough as shown in the attached locus map marked Exhibit A for conservation and/or recreation purposes. I don't think there's anything else that I need to read on this, but we all knew this was coming. Town meeting was very aware of this. Again, this is 432 Whitney Street. Okay, have I concluded the?
That's all you needed to do from
there we
there,
go.
you know.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, and now our regular reports. Laura, do you have any reports tonight?
I do. So this weekend I attended the Apple Fest Parade, the 5K, and the Pancake Breakfast. I appreciate all the volunteers and what they did to help this event. I am hoping that we can meet with the committee at some point in the future. There was some confusion around the fireworks on Saturday night, and it would be nice to get some clarification around how we can better communicate event changes in the future. I spoke with Allie Lane from Northborough Recreation, and she let me know that summer camp was a huge success. They will be doing their their registration coming up in February, but they added weeks to this year and the camp's still filled up. So we really appreciate everybody's participation there. And it was a really enjoyable summer. I attended, and I can't remember if I said this already, but I did the Senior Center Summer Friday on September 6th, which was a nice opportunity to meet with folks from the community. The Northborough Junior Women's Club will be hosting a suffrage event, a history of women's suffrage, on October 8th at 4 p.m. And if you would like to register, the seats are limited. You should contact the Senior Center to register. And then I'll be attending the Northborough High School reunion on Saturday, September 28th. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you, Laura. Lisa, any reports tonight?
Yes, I have, I'm with the Traffic Safety Committee. I didn't attend last meeting, but I did watch it, and I've attended most of the others. We were waiting to get some letters back that were requests for a townwide speed limit change to 25 miles an hour, stop signs, some other items that have not come forward. I was also wondering, since it's the subcommittee, that we would have at this point an overview of what's transpired for the year, what's come forward. We talked about the truck exclusions on Summer Street and Rice Street that did qualify, that was not really brought forward to us because the subcommittee didn't feel that they were comfortable with doing that.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, by the subcommittee, you mean the Traffic Safety Committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we had all, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we were going to listen, have them make reports to us and make decisions on, confirming what they said or discussing what they said if we felt differently. And we're getting close to the end of the year, and I think it would be a good idea to have that. So I'd like to be able to get those reports. I did put it in my reports a few meetings ago. I tried to find the paperwork to actually get you the date. I wasn't able to put my hands on it 2 minutes ago. But I think it's important. I think that the residents were really hoping to have the forum to bring forward their questions, their needs, and their desires. And I think we owe it to the residents to do that and follow up on that. So I would hope that we would be able to get that information sooner than later. And then I guess the next thing I'll bring up is, under new business.
So I think, was that a request to get some information from the Traffic Safety Committee or to meet with the Traffic Safety Committee?
No, well, both. I mean, have the year, the year of discussion, what's come up, what they've made decisions on, what, we confirm or further discuss. I think it's about time that we did that.
Okay. So maybe first step is ask them for a report of their actions since they were formed, and then we'll get that, and then we'll set a meeting date at that point.
Yeah, could we put a little bit of a timeline on that?
Let's see, our next meeting, we just set. October 21st, maybe we ask for the report by the 21st?
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable to you, Lisa? Good?
I think so.
Okay. Okay, is that end your report?
It does.
Okay, great. Julianne, any reports tonight?
Just a big thank you to the people who made Apple Fest possible. I think it was a huge success, even through the rain. So thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Mike?
Yeah, I'll echo Julianne's, thank you to everybody who made Apple Fest a success. Unfortunately I wasn't able to attend, because I was away on a family obligation, but did the best with the rain and the weather and moving things around and trying to think on your feet and whatnot, and did the best they could. So thank you, and I don't have any additional reports.
Great, thank you. Got a couple of things, bear with me. Every September now, I have a recurring item to recognize that the month of September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Northborough. We began that a couple of years ago. I also attended with Laura the event at the Senior Center the morning of Friday, September 6th. It was a lot of fun. We had a big audience, a lot of really interesting and surprising questions. both, one-on-one in the large group. So thank you very much to the Senior Center and Kendra for organizing that. I attended on September 7th, the grand opening and ribbon cutting of a business called Sassy, Crassy, and Creative at 10 Church Street, where Old Glory used to be, that little building. It's a neat little gift shop, and that was a lot of fun, and we had one of our state reps and our state senator there as well. Let's see, the tennis and basketball courts at Melican are open and beautiful, the ones that we funded with ARPA. Laura and I attended the first Algonquin football game back a couple of weeks ago, and that was really nice to be on the field and watch the ribbon cutting, sort of a ribbon cutting in the middle of the football field of that. But that was fun, and happy that Tomahawks won. Tomahawks. What are they now?
Get yourself canceled.
Yeah.
Titans.
Titans. Thank you, Laura. The Titans. I can't believe I'm embarrassed by that. The Titans won that game. Applefest was awesome. I won't go into the details because everyone already has. And then a question, before the annual town meeting, we agreed to use the Code Red system to talk about the town meeting. Do we want to do that before the special town meeting on the 7th?
Yeah, if we can, yes.
Yeah, we can.
Yes,
That's already,
please.
Yep, okay. So I'll coordinate that with the fire chief. He's already sent me an email to deal with that. That ends my report. Next up, we have a future agenda items. Does anyone have anything that they want to put onto a future agenda that hasn't been discussed? Lisa?
We talked about it last meeting, but I don't know that it's on the agenda yet. They'll have the Applefest committee come before us and give us a brief overview of their past few years and this year and all that we talked about.
Yeah, I think we tentatively agreed on the 21st of September for that, 21st of October for that. I don't know if anyone has reached out to them yet. Obviously, they've been very, very busy through this past weekend. So the next possible meeting where they are available, I think would be good to have them in. And I'll get to you in 2 seconds, Laura. And my suggestion is maybe any board members that has specific questions that they would like to get addressed, maybe send that through the office so that can be distributed in advance. We can have a productive meeting. Some of those questions may be best answered by town staff also, as opposed to the Applefest committee. But I think it would be good to have them in and have a discussion and understand a little bit more about the process of how the great event gets put together. Laura, do you have something to add on that?
That actually complemented the question I wanted to ask, but I would love feedback from police, fire, and DPW about how it went, if there were any staff impacts because of it, if there's anything else we should be aware of on the town level. Just anything that we can improve upon going forward.
I would include in that the school department also, where the fireworks,
Yes,
when they take place,
absolutely.
Certainly impacts them quite a bit.
And I'm happy to send my questions. It's mainly going to come down to communication related inquiries, or it just felt like we were getting a lot of questions as, board members, and it was very hard to answer them. So I'm not sure how the communication happened, but there was a lot of, back and forth. And I know it's a really busy event with a lot of moving parts, but I think one thing we could definitely improve on is how we communicate it going forward. But I will email that, so don't worry.
Okay, great, thank you. Everyone good with that process? Did anyone else have anything else under future agenda items?
So aren't we supposed to have an economic meeting with planning, zoning, and?
Yeah, I know I talked to Rick Leaf the other day. I don't think there's a date for that yet.
They met Thursday. It's in the works. It's coming.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out a way to facilitate it where we,
Right.
CMRPC
Right.
provided us a proposal, so they want to kind of orchestrate the forum or the summit, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I assume it's going to happen in October. I just don't know what the date is.
Right. And it's not really an agenda item, but I had requested, and everyone wanted to participate in taking a look at White Cliffs and 4 West Main, and where we would like to work around you too, because is there?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for me just because my hours are similar to town staff. Where like for me, Friday would be Friday early afternoon would work, but that doesn't work for town staff. So, if you're all able to get a tour because works for your schedules, then.
Schedule this?
I think Ian.
Not that, I'm sorry, I'm talking, but I just.
Oh, sure.
I thought we already, did you guys not get an email from us with dates?
No.
To get everybody's,
Yeah, because Sean was coordinating.
Right.
So I'll start that again. If we didn't do it, I apologize. I thought
No,
we
we
already
did.
started
I
it.
just don't think it
I've
was
gotten some
confirmed.
scheduling
Yes.
emails, but, mine is the least conducive for like work hours, so.
You're like the newest one where you haven't seen the property, so I think we're trying to get you
Yeah,
more
yeah,
involved from that. So even if there's a day that you have off or you get out early on a regular work day, maybe we could work around that sort of thing. Or
Yeah.
For you know, that's not a big deal for, Sean can just take you around and you should see this site.
What time do you start? You start at 8:30 over there?
Yeah.
Is there any early morning? Because Sean gets here early.
7 a.m. Friday.
I think he's here at 7.
We can work on that. But that's in the works as well, but we'll work on that especially.
And let's not forget that Bob Light and Norm.
Yeah, Norm Corbin wanted to go through that too.
Yeah, and they're easier to schedule with yours.
Okay.
Yeah, but I agree, Mike, because you're critical to be able to see it because you haven't seen it.
Right, yeah, no, I definitely would like to tour, I unfortunately couldn't make the lot survey walkthrough, that was done, so.
Okay.
But yeah, if a 7 or 7:30 appointment would be better for you, we could do that. It wouldn't take that long. You know, you can go from one site to the other.
Yeah, although I based on my start time, I would still end up being late for work, probably at 7 or 7:30, because walking through, we're looking at it, I don't know how long it takes. I know White Cliffs, I probably need like an N95 to walk around that thing, right, but.
So there was an email that Angie sent out a week or so ago, looking at some dates.
Yeah, and I had
Like we were-
responded to that.
Oh,
we don't,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to get into the
Like I
details.
said,
Yeah. But let's do it.
if a certain weekday at a certain time works for everybody and not me, then please go tour it if needed, and then I'll
Yeah,
figure it
the
out.
Friday afternoon included as late as 3 PM. I don't know if that
Oh, I didn't see that.
gives you some flexibility.
Sean said he couldn't do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right, so
that
that's-
was the email I
All right,
got.
so I appreciate you bringing it up because it looks like that organization started and then fizzled. Let's start it again.
But like I said, if you know of a date that you have a doctor's appointment and you have to leave work early and we're here, we could try to. we could
Okay.
put that up.
Well, hopefully my employer's not watching this then.
When would you like to schedule your doctor appointment, Mike?
Isn't your doctor looking at
like
full West Main?
Now that I think of it,
I can
Okay.
probably get you a note.
All right. Did anyone else have any future agenda items to discuss? Lisa?
No, I'm gonna go to the next one. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to any other business. I'm done with the.
Okay, all right. If we're good with future agenda, any other business to come before the board?
There you go.
Lisa?
Yes, and I think this is the right time to bring that up. I may be wrong. So we got a letter back, I'm sure everybody knows, from the DOT, saying that they were in favor now of putting in the blinking lights at Maple Street and Main. It's been a long, arduous years of getting this agreed to, but we don't have any dates. All we know is it's a future item for them to do. So if we could do something about finding out what they have in mind and whether or not it's something that, if it's their future item, if the state is going to pay for that, or if it's still something that we pay for, is there, a deadline that we could get this moving on? It was kind of a vague response. I'm glad we got the response, but it's still kind of sitting in the air. So I'd like some information on that. And then the other thing that we didn't get in that letter was the other 4 locations on Route 20 that we were asking for the RRFBs. I think that's just as important because while we have the ARPA money, we should put those being spent as well, unless, of course, the state is taking care of that.
So on the first one, I took from that letter that it was going to be their project for the Maple Street crossing, which looks like they will pay for it, but there was no time commitment. It would be added to their project list. Hopefully, whether it be, your office or Scott can reach out to them and say, hey, when do you think this is going to happen would be good. And I did provide feedback to the office that the Maple Street one was great. What about the others? So
We reached back, if I may, we reached back out to Barry Lorian and connected him with Scott for that particular one, and they know that we want to still meet on site to talk about the other 4 locations. Our A position is to get the state to pay for them, it's a state road. But B would be ARPA for the other ones, but I got to get them to set the meeting with us, so I'm still working on it.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks. Thanks for bringing that up, Lisa. Any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, does anyone have any public comment? Whether it be in person, which appears to be unlikely, or remote, does anyone have any comment before we close out the meeting? Going once, going twice, public comment is closed. We have no need for the executive session this evening, and thus I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Mike to adjourn. All those in favor? Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. That vote is unanimous. We are adjourned 10:17 PM. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great night.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.